Ramayana, Kanda 2, Ayodhya Kanda. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 1. When Bharata set out for the home of his maternal uncle, he affectionately took with him the sinless Satrughna, ever repressing his passions. And there he abode with his brother, being ministered unto in every respect and tended by his maternal uncle, Aswapati, with all the fondness of a father. Albeit thus staying, with every ministration extended towards them as much as they could wish, yet those heroic brothers failed not to remember the aged long Dasaratha. And the puissant king also on his part remembered his sons away from home, Bharata and Satrughna, resembling the mighty Indra and Varuna. All those 4 chiefs of men were dear unto him, even as 4 hands issuing from his own body. Yet among them all, the highly energetic Rama was the favorite of his sire. He was the foremost of all in every virtue, like unto Swayambhu's self in the esteem of creation. Solicited by the celestials wishing for the destruction of Ravana, he, who is the eternal Vishnu, was born as Rama in the world of men. And with that son of immeasurable energy, Kausalya looked graceful, even as Aditi, with that foremost of the celestials, the wilder of the thunderbolt. He was furnished with grace, and possessed of prowess, and he did not seek for defects in others in the midst of virtues. That son of Kausalya was incomparable on earth, and in worth fully equal to Dasaratha himself. He was eye of quiescent soul, and always preluded his speech with an amiable phrase, and although he might be addressed in a harsh manner, yet he returned no corresponding reply. He was gratified even with a solitary instance of benefit, and from freedom of soul did not remember 100 injuries. In the intervals of martial exercises, he always discoursed with persons of character, or wise men, or the aged, or the virtuous. He was intelligent and sweet-speeched, and spoke first to visitors, and used grateful words, and was possessed of prowess, withal not proud of his mighty native virtue. He never spoke an untruth, and he was learned, and he rendered homage unto the aged. He felt kindly towards the subjects, and the subjects on their part held him in dear regard. He was kind to the poor, and he had conquered his anger, and he regarded the Brahmanas, and he commiserated the wretched, and was versed in morality, and always chastised the wicked, and was pure in spirit, and possessed the thoughts and sentiments of his race, and regarded highly his own kshatriya duties, and considered that heaven was to be attained through the glory acquired by performing them. He was never engaged in forbidden practices, and never relished improper talk, and argued in chain even like the Lord of Speech himself. And he was free from ailment, and of young years, and endued with eloquence, and of an excellent person, and versed in season and place, and discerned character, the one honest person ever created. Endowed with supreme excellence, that son of the monarch was by virtue of his merit dear unto the subjects like their life ranging externally. He had performed his ablutions after having mastered all learning, and was properly versed in the Vedas with their branches. In all weapons either inspired with mantras or otherwise, Bharata's eldest brother was superior even to his father. And he was the spring of all good, and was saintly, and of undisturbed souls, and truth-telling, and candid, and humble towards the aged twice-born, once cognizant of virtue and interest. He was cognizant of virtue, profit, and interest, had an excellent memory, and was possessed of genius. He was an adept and was well versed in social usages and customs. He was lowly, and of close counsel, and used to keep unto himself his purposes, and was resourceful. Neither his pleasure nor his displeasure went for naught. He knew the season of amassing riches, and of giving them away. And he was ardently reverential, and his wisdom never wavered, and he accepted no improper present, and he used no rough speech. He knew no idleness, and was vigilant, and had a knowledge of his own as well as of others' failings. He was conversant with the scriptures, and was grateful, and could read the hearts of others. He had sagacity to perceive the seasons for duly showing favor or disfavor. He understood all about the reception of the righteous, the maintenance of family, and the occasion for chastising evildoers, and he was an expert in collecting dues from the people, and knew the manner prescribed by the authorities for expending money. He had attained proficiency in all the scriptures and literary works composed in both Sanskrit and Prakrit. He sought pleasure without sacrificing either interest or morality, and he was never dilatory in duty. He understood the arts of those who entertained others. He knew the various heads on which wealth was to be expended. He was skillful in riding and training up horses and elephants. He was the foremost of those accomplished in archery, and was acknowledged among men as an Adaratha. He led his forces in the direction of the foe, and he slew his enemies, and was accomplished in marshalling the troops. He was incapable of being repressed in fight even by the enraged gods and asuras. He was not given to carping, and had subdued his anger, and he was never elated or malicious. He did not disregard any creature, he was no slave to the times. That son of the monarch was furnished with such qualities. And he was liked by the subjects as well as by the three worlds. In forgiveness he was like unto the earth, and in intelligence like unto Vrahaspati, and in prowess like unto the Sachi's lord. Furnished with such qualities acceptable to the people as well as gratifying unto his father, Rama looked beautiful like the effulgent sun surrounded by his rays. And the earth desired for her lord even him, Rama, possessing an excellent character and of prowess, incapable of being repressed, like unto Lokanatha himself. And finding his son Chromid Wdth so many incomparable qualities, that subduer of his enemies, King Dasaratha, thought within himself. The long-lived aged monarch reflected, saying, "How can Rama become king, I living, and how can this delight be mine?" And this supreme desire rolled in his heart, "When shall I behold my beloved son installed in the kingdom? Surely he always wisheth for the prosperity of the people, and he showeth kindness to all creatures. And like unto the showering rain cloudy, he is dearer unto the people than myself. He is like unto Yama and Sakra in prowess, and unto Vrahaspati in intelligence, and in forbearance, unto a mountain, yea, he is far more qualified than myself. Therefore in this age, beholding my son established in the dominion of this entire earth, I shall repair unto heaven." Seeing him, Rama, thus crowned with all these various as well as other sterling and immeasurable virtues rare among other princes, the king then took counsel with his ministers, and made up his mind to confer upon Rama the dignity of heir apparent. And that intelligent king mentioned unto his minister the dreadful evils portended by appearances and phenomena in heaven and the air and on the earth, and also pointed out the circumstance of decrepitude having taken possession of his person. He therefore gave them to understand that the installation of the high-souled Rama of countenance resembling the full moon would dispel his grief, at the same time that it would be universally hailed by the people. Therefore, influenced by his affection for his subject, and with the view of compassing his own as well as their welfare, the righteous monarch urged expedition upon his counselors Winkyface and that lord of earth brought together the prime and noble from the various regions and countries of the earth. Like unto Prajapati's self before all creatures, the king appeared before them, who had been received respectfully, and had, as befitted their ranks, various ornaments conferred upon and quarters assigned unto them. But that lord of men did not, on account of haste, bring over either Janaka or the king of the Kakayas, concluding that a little while after they would receive the glad tidings. Then when the king, that captor of hostile capitals, had sat down there, began to pour in all the princes popular with their subjects, all save the two aforementioned rulers. Facing and eyeing the monarch, those kings sat them down on different seats pointed out by the former. surrounded by those prime and noble of the various provinces, and all those lowly rulers, who had been received honorably, and who generally resided at Ayodhya, the sovereign appeared like unto the adorable thousand-eyed one, surrounded by the immortals. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 2. Then facing his whole court, that lord of earth, the king, resounding all sides as if with thunder, in a mighty voice, echoing, and solemn, and like unto the sounds of a kettle-drum, spake words fraught with welfare, and capable of creating high rapture, and worthy of the attention of all. And in tones overflowing with royal signs, and mellifluous, and peerless, and surcharged with the sentiment of surprise, the monarch addressed the princes, saying, It is known to ye that the people of this spacious empire now governed by me was governed like unto children by those sovereigns that were my predecessors. Now it is my intention to bring welfare unto this entire earth worthy of being rendered happy, which had been governed by all those sovereigns, Ikshwaku and the rest. Following the path trod by my predecessors, I have, heedless of my own happiness, to the best of my power, always protected the people. And under the shade of the white umbrella, I, affecting the good of the entire community, have brought decrepitude upon my body. Having attained an age extending over many thousands of years, and lived for a long period, desire rest for this decrepit frame. Bearing in the interests of the people the heavy burden of duty incapable of being borne by even those that have controlled their senses, and requiring, in the bearer, right royal qualities, I have become fatigued. I therefore wish for rest, after in the interests of the subjects installing my son, with the permission of all these excellent twice-born ones around me. My worthy son, like unto Purandara himself in prowess, Rama, the conqueror of hostile cities, hath been born, endowed with all my virtues. Him, like unto the moon while in conjunction with the Pushya constellation, the foremost of those maintaining righteousness, the chief of men, will I, in the morning with a delighted heart, install as the heir apparent to the throne. And that auspicious elder brother of Lakshmana will make a fit ruler for ye, yea, the very three worlds might consider themselves as having a lord, by possessing him. Through his agency I shall this day bring about the welfare of the world, and shall renounce my toil by reposing in him the task of government. If what I have devised be meet, and also recommend itself to ye, do ye accord approval to it, proposing what I am to do besides this, together with the how of effecting it. If I have thought thus solely because I find delight in it, do ye look about any other way to welfare? For different is the thought of the dispassionate, and by friction becomes far more efficacious. As the king had said this, the princes, exceedingly delighted, seconded him even as peacocks dance at sight of a mighty mass of clouds showering down rain. Then there arose a pleasant resonance from the assembly of the potentate's winky face, and next from the vast concourse, inspired with high rapture, arose an echo generated by their voices, which seemed to shake the earth. Then, being in complete possession of the views of that one, the king, versed in morality and interest, the Brahmanas and the principal personages of the army, in company with the citizens and the inhabitants of the provinces, took counsel together, and became unanimous, and, having again revolved the matter individually in their mind, spake unto the aged King Dasaratha, saying, O king, being many thousand years old, thou last become aged. Do thou then install Rama as the heir apparent to the throne. We wish to behold the exceedingly strong and mighty armed hero among the Raghus, riding a huge elephant, his countenance underneath an umbrella. Hearing those welcome words of theirs, the monarch, as if not knowing their minds, asked them, saying, Ye have wished for Raghava, soon as ye have heard my speech. This, ye kings, riseth my doubts. Do ye, therefore, speak out your minds truly. Why, while I am righteously governing the earth, do ye wish to see the highly powerful Rama as the heir apparent? And those high-souled ones together with the citizens and the inhabitants of the provinces said unto him, O king, many are the virtues of thy son, having for their object the welfare of the people. Today we will recount unto thee in detail the merits making even enemies happy of the meritorious and intelligent Rama, resembling a celestial. O monarch, furnished with the choicest qualities, Rama having truth for prowess is like unto Sakra's self, and he towereth above Ikshwaku and all. Rama is the one excellent person among men, and is true and devoted to truth. And in very Rama is established morality with prosperity. Touching the good of the subjects, he is like unto the moon, and in the quality of forgiveness, he is like unto the earth, and intelligence like unto Vrahaspati, and in prowess like Sachi's lord. He is cognizant of duty, and true in promise, and honest, and not given to detraction. He is forgiving, and soothing, and sweet-speeched, and grateful, and of subdued senses. He is pliable to entreaties, and staid, and of agreeable carriage, and uncalumniating. Raghava speaketh everyone fair, and is of truthful speech. He ministereth unto variously versed aged Brahmanas. It is for this that in this world his fame and renown and energy go on increasing. He hath mastered all the weapons that are extant among the gods, the asuras, and human beings. He hath performed his ablutions after having acquired learning, and knoweth the Vedas with their branches. And Bharata's elder brother is a proficient in music. He is the home of the good, and is saintly, and hath conquered his grief, and is magnanimous. He is lowly unto those twice-born ones that are worthy, and are conversant with morality and interest. And when in company with Sumitra's son he wendeth to the fight with the view of protecting a city or a province, he cometh not back without conquering the foe. And even as a father inquireth after the welfare of his sons, he, returning from the field on horse or elephant, exhaustively and consecutively inquireth after the weal of the citizens, concerning their sons, or their sacrificial fire, or their wives, or their servants, or their disciples. And that tiger like Rama always asketh the Brahmanas, Do your disciples tend you? And the Kshatriyas, Do your disciples always remain mailed? When calamity befalleth the people, he experienced excess of sorrow, and on their festal occasions he rejoiceth ever like their own father. He speaketh the truth, and is a mighty bowman. He ministereth unto the aged, and hath controlled his senses. He preludes his speech with a smile, and is established in righteousness with his whole soul. He entirely bringeth about good, and he taketh no delight in bandying words after a quarrel. In reasoning enchained, he is like unto the Lord of speech himself. His eyebrows are graceful, and his eyes expansive and coppery, and he is like unto the very Vishnu. Like Kama, he is charming unto all by virtue of his heroism, prowess, and might. He is ever engaged in protecting the people, and the desire for the good things of the world cannot perturb his mind. He is capable of bearing the burden even of the three worlds. What then is this earth? Neither his pleasure nor his displeasure even goeth for naught. He slayeth those that deserve to be slain, but he is never enraged with those that ought not to be slain, i.e. the unoffending, with whom he is pleased, he bestows wealth upon. In virtue of his self-control and other qualities, dear unto the subjects and capable of exciting the delight of mankind, Rama shineth even like the effulgent sun surrounded by his rays. And even that Rama, crowned with such qualities and having truth for his prowess, like unto a Lokapala, the earth wisheth to have for her lord. By our good luck it is that thy son hath acquired competence in the task of administration, and also by thy good luck it is that Raghava hath been born endowed with sonly qualities, like unto Maricha's son Kasyapa. The gods, and the Asuras, and men, with the Gandharvas, and the Uragas, and the inhabitants rural and urban, pray for the strength, health, and long life of self-knowing Rama. And whether inmates or outsiders, citizens or natives of provinces, everyone speaks high of him. Women, old and young, in both the morning and evening, with intent minds, bow down unto all the gods on behalf of the intelligent Rama. Let their desire, O worshipful one, be fulfilled through thy grace. And we would behold the son of the foremost of monarchs, the foe-destroying Rama, dark blue like a lotus, installed as the heir apparent to the kingdom. Therefore, O bestower of boons, it behoveth thee, for the sake of our well-being, with a delighted mind to speedily install thy son, furnished with noble qualities resembling the God of gods, and ever intent upon the welfare of the entire community. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 3. And when they had raised unto their heads their clasped hands resembling lotuses, the king responding unto them addressed them in welcome words fraught with their good. Exceedingly pleased am I, and incomparable also is my influence, because ye wish to behold my dear firstborn installed as heir apparent. Having greeted them thus, the king in their hearing spoke unto Vasishtha, Vamadeva, and other Brahmanas, saying, This is the holy month of Chaitra, and the groves look beautiful with blossoms. Do ye now prepare for the installation of Rama? When the king paused, there arose a mighty tumult from the multitude. And when it subsided, that lord of men, the king, addressed that foremost of ascetics, Vasishtha, saying, It behoved thee, O worshipful sir, to order for things necessary for the installation of Rama. Hearing those words of the monarch, Vasishtha, chief of anchorites, ordered the counselors staying before the king with clasped hands, saying, Do ye early in the morning in the Agnihotric ball of the monarch provide and store up gold, and gems, and articles for worship, and sarvashati and white garlands, and fried paddy, and honey and clarified butter in separate vessels, and cloths fresh from the loam, and a car, every kind of weapons, and the fourfold forces, and an elephant with auspicious marks, and a couple of chowries, and a scepter and an umbrella, pale-colored, and 100 furnished golden pitchers of water, and a bull with horns plated in gold, and an entire tiger skin, together with all other necessary articles. And do ye embellish all the doorways of the inner apartment as well as those of the entire city with garlands, with sandal paste and fragrant dupa. Do ye on the morning of the morrow bestow upon the principal Brahmanas goodly and refined rice mixed with curds and milk, so that hundreds of thousands may be fed and gratified, bestowing on them at the same time clarified butter and curds, and fried paddy, and more than sufficient dakshinas. Tomorrow, as soon as the sun will rise, the Swastivakana will be finished. Do ye invite the Brahmanas, and prepare seats for them? And do ye set up flags, and water the highways, and let courtesans whose profession is music, adorning themselves, stay in the second apartment of the king's residence? In the abodes of the gods and under the chitya trees should be separately placed fragrant blossoms, together with boiled rice and other edibles, and with dakshinas. And let the warriors properly arrayed enter the courtyard of the monarch, which is welling up with festal glee mailed, and accoutred with leather fences and long swords. Having issued these orders, those two vipers entered upon their work as priests winky-face, and did what remained to be done after making that known unto the Lord of the earth. When everything had been got ready, those foremost of the twice-born ones gladly and well-pleased presented themselves before the master of the earth, and said unto him, Everything as ordered has been done. Then unto Sumantra the effulgent monarch spake, saying, Do thou speedily bring the virtuous Rama hither. Thereupon saying, So be it, Sumantra at the mandate of the king brought thither in a car Rama, the foremost of car warriors. The kings of the north, and the south, and the east, and the west, together with the Mlekas and the Arya princes, with those inhabiting mountains and forests, were then paying homage unto him, Dasaratha, even as the celestials do unto Vasva. stationed in his palace, the royal Saint Dasaratha in the midst of those princes, like Vasva in the midst of the Maruts, saw his son, resembling the king of the Gandharvas, approach, gladdening the subjects like a shower when they were oppressed with the heat of summer. Even Rama, of redoubtable prowess among men, long-armed, and of mighty strength, and bearing the gait of a mad elephant, with a countenance fair as the moon, of presence prepossessing to a degree, and captivating men's sight and hearts by reason of his beauty, generosity, and other qualities. And as he was approaching, the Lord of men eyed him steadily, without experiencing satiety. Making Raghava descend from that excellent car, Sumantra followed him with clasped hands as he proceeded to the presence of his father. Accompanied with Sumantra, Raghava, the descendant of the Raghus, for the purpose of beholding the monarch, began with rapid steps to ascend the palace resembling a peak of the Kailasa hill. Rama, humbly approaching his father with clasped hands, and announcing his name, bowed low and worshipped his father's feet. Thereupon, seeing Rama at his side with clasped hands, and in lowly guise, the king took hold of Rama's clasped hands, and drawing his beloved son, embraced the latter. Then the king desired Rama to sit upon a seat prepared expressly for him, excellent, and flaming, and garnished with gold and gems. Raghava shed luster on that noble seat, as the unclouded sun at his rising lighteth up the Sumeru hill with his rays. That entire assembly looked beautiful in his presence, like the cloudless, autumnal sky crested with stars and planets, in the presence of the moon. The king experienced delight, beholding his dearly beloved son, like unto his own image, richly adorned, reflected on mirror. And even as Kasyapa addresseth Indra of the celestials, the king, the best of those possessing sons, addressed his son, well seated, in these words, saying, Born of my eldest wife, worthy of myself, thou crowned with the best qualities, art my worthy son, O Rama, dear unto me. Thou hast by thy virtues drawn unto thyself the hearts of the people, therefore do thou during the conjunction of the moon with the Pushya constellation receive the office of heir apparent. Thou art by nature crowned with virtues. Notwithstanding thy great virtues, I will, O son, from affection tell thee what is for thy profit. Practicing greater humility, do thou constantly restrain thy senses. Do thou renounce the ills that come through anger and lust. Replenishing thy exchequer and arsenal do thou, acquainting thyself with the state of things personally and otherwise, administer justice and thereby enlist the affection of the courtiers and other subjects, for the friends of him that swayeth the earth, pleasing the people to his satisfaction, rejoice even as did the immortals on obtaining ambrosia. Therefore, do thou, O son, disciplining thyself thus address thee to thy task. Hearing this, Rama's well-wishers, ever doing his pleasure, speedily going out, acquainted Kausalya with everything. Thereupon that foremost of her sex Kausalya ordered gold and kine and various kinds of gems to be given to the tellers of the glad tidings. Then Raghava, having been honored by the multitude and saluted the sovereign, ascended a car, and repaired unto his shining residence. And the citizens, hearing those words of the monarch, as if fraught with some speedy good fortune unto them, made their obeisance unto that Lord of men, and repairing to their homes, with delighted minds, worshipped the gods. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 4. When the citizens had gone away, the king, versed in the time and place of ceremonies, after deliberating with his counselors, fixed the time of the installation. And his conclusion was even this: tomorrow the Pushya will be in, and tomorrow should my son, Rama of eyes like lotus leaves, be installed as heir apparent. Then entering the inner apartment, King Dasaratha said unto the charioteer Sumantra, Do thou again bring Rama hither. In response to those words, the charioteer again speedily went unto Rama's residence for bringing him thither. His fresh approach having been announced unto Rama by the warders, the latter, filled with apprehension, became anxious. And bringing Sumantra in, Rama with eagerness said, "Tell me fully the reason of this thy fresh visit." Thereupon the charioteer told him, "The sovereign wisheth to behold thee. Thou hast known the occasion, and now decide whether thou wilt go thither or not." Hearing the charioteer's speech, Rama also in haste repaired unto the king's palace, with the view of again beholding the Lord of men. And on hearing of Rama's arrival, King Dasaratha made him enter his own chamber, with the view of communicating unto him something exceedingly agreeable. Immediately on entering his father's residence, the graceful Raghava, seeing his father from a distance, bent low with clasped hands. Thereupon raising Rama as he was bending down, and embracing him, and pointing out a seat, the protector of the earth again spake unto him, "O Rama, enjoying at my will the good things of life, I have grown old, and have attained great age. I have worshipped the deities by celebrating hundreds of sacrifices with numerous dakshinas and gifts of boiled rice, and incomparable on earth, thou hast been born unto me for a son after my heart. I have given whatever bad been wanted by others. I have finished my studies, O foremost of men. I have, O hero, acted and enjoyed. I have been emancipated from my obligations unto the celestials and saints, and the Pitris, and the Vipers, and myself. And naught now remaineth to be done by me save thy installation. Therefore it behoveth thee to do even what I say unto thee. Today the subjects in a body have expressed their desire of having thee for their sovereign. Therefore, O son, I shall install thee as the heir apparent. O Raghava, tonight I have dreamt inauspicious dreams. Stars with tremendous sounds shoot by day, accompanied with thunderclaps. The astrologers say that the star of my life hath been invaded by those terrible planets, the Sun, Mars, and Rahu. It generally happens that when such signs manifest themselves, the king cometh by a terrible calamity, and may meet with death itself. Therefore, O Raghava, my thoughts change, be thou installed in the kingdom, for fickle is the mind of all creatures. Today, before meeting Pushya, the moon has entered the Punarvasu asterism, and the astrologers say that tomorrow it will certainly be in conjunction with Pushya. My heart urgeth me to install thee during the Pushya conjunction, so O afflictor of foes, I shall install thee tomorrow as heir apparent. Therefore do thou along with my daughter-in-law commencing from sunset, serving the prescribed restrictions, and lying down on a bed of kusa grass, spend the night in fast. And let thy friends vigilantly protect thee all around, for many are the impediments that happen in affairs like this. In my opinion, during the interval that Bharata is away from the city, should thy installation be effected most opportunely, even though thy brother Bharata ever stayeth entirely by the course of the honest, he followeth his elder brother, and is righteous-souled, tender-hearted, and of subdued senses. But in my opinion, the hearts of men are inconstant, and, O Raghava, the hearts even of the virtuous change by the action of the natural impulses. Having been thus addressed in the matter of his coming installation in the next day, Rama, with the king's permission embodied in Go Thou, greeting his father, repaired unto his quarters. And entering his residence in the interests of the installation ordered by the monarch, he immediately issued out, and went to the inner apartment of his mother. There, Rama found his mother in the temple, clad in silk, adoring the gods, and silently praying for his royal luck. There, hearing of the welcome installation of Rama, had already come Sumitra, and Lakshmana and Sita summoned by Kausalya. Hearing of the installation of his son in the office of heir apparent during the influence of the Pushya, at that time, tended by Sumitra and Sita and Lakshmana, there stood Kausalya, meditating the triune person Janardana through suspension of breath. Rama, approaching and saluting her engaged in auspicious observance, addressed her in excellent words, cheering her up, O mother, by my father have I been appointed to the task of governing the people. And, agreeably to the desire of my father, tomorrow will take place my installation. Tonight Sita will fast along with me. The priests have said thus, and this also hath been declared by my father. Do thou therefore even today provide those necessary auspicious things that will be required for myself and Vaidehi on the occasion of the coming installation. Hearing of that for which she had ever wished, Kausalya, her voice choking with the vapor begot of delight, addressed Rama, saying, Rama, my child, be thou long-lived, and may thy enemies find destruction. Furnished with this good fortune, do thou gladden Sumitra's as well as my own relatives. Oh! Thou wast born under an auspicious star, thou hast. O son, by thy virtues gratified thy sire Dasaratha. Ah! Not unfruitful has proved my disinterested observance of vow unto the lotus-eyed person, for this royal fortune of the Ikshwaku race shall rest upon thee. Having been thus addressed by his mother, Rama looking at his brother, Lakshmana, seated in humble guise with clasped hands, with smile spake unto him, saying, O Lakshmana, do thou together with me rule this earth. Thou art my second self, and this good fortune hath taken possession of thee, as well. Do thou, O Sumitra's son, enjoy every desirable thing and the privileges pertaining to royalty. My life and this kingdom I covet for thy sake alone. Having said this unto Lakshmana, and paid reverence unto his mother, Rama with their permission went with Sita to his own quarters. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 5. Having given his directions unto Rama as to his incoming installation on the morrow, the king, summoning his priest, Vasistha spake unto him, saying, O thou, having asceticism for thy wealth, go unto Kakutstha, and for his welfare and obtaining the kingdom, make him fast along with Tne daughter-in-law. Thereupon, saying, So be it, that best of those versed in the Veda, the worshipful Vasistha conversant WDTH mantras, that one practicing excellent vows, mounting a Brahmakar, himself went unto the residence of Rama cognizant of mantras, for the purpose of making him fast. And that foremost of ascetics, having readied Rama's sable-hued residence resembling a mass of clouds, passed through 3 several apartments, mounted on the car. With the view of honoring the saint worthy of honor, Rama swiftly issued out of his abode. And nearing the car of that intelligent one, Rama, personally taking him by the hand, made him descend. Finding Rama so humble and dear, the priest addressed him, gratifying and delighting him with words that were acceptable. O Rama, thy father hath been well pleased with thee, since thou achievest the kingdom through him. Do thou today fast with Sita. And in the morning, the king, thy father Dasaratha, will, well pleased, install thee as heir apparent like Nahusha installing Yayati. Having said this, that pure-spirited one, observing vows with mantras, made Rama fast along with Sita. Then having been duly worshipped by Rama, and taking Kakutstha's permission, the spiritual preceptor of the king, went away from Rama's residence. Rama, having passed some time with sweet-speeched friends, and been honored by them, with their permission entered his apartment. At that time Rama's residence was filled with joyous men and women, and it was like unto a lake containing lotuses and graced with maddened birds. On the other hand, Vasistha, issuing from the palace of Rama like unto the king's palace itself, found the street filled with people. On all sides, Ayodhya's highways were crowded with groups of men full of curiosity. The tumult that arose in the highways in consequence of the concourse and noise was like the roaring of the ocean. The streets were cleared and washed and hung with garlands, and that day Ayodhya had her dwellings furnished with upraised flagstaffs. In the city of Ayodhya, men with women and children eagerly expected the rising of the sun next day, and Rama's installation, And the people burnt to behold in Ayodhya the august festivity that was like unto an ornament unto the subjects, and that enhanced the joy of the people. Dividing the crowd thronging the highway, the priest slowly proceeded to the royal family. And ascending the palace like unto a peak of the Himavat, he met with the Lord of Men, like Vrihaspati meeting with Sakra. Seeing him come, the king rising up from his royal seat, asked Vasishtha whether his intention had been carried out, whereupon Vasishtha answered that it had. The courtiers who had all along sat with Dasaratha rose from the seats for worshipping the priest. Then, with the permission of his spiritual guide, leaving that assembly of men, the monarch entered his inner apartment like a lion entering his den. Even as the moon illumineth the firmament crowded with stars, the handsome king entered his mansion, like unto the abode of the mighty Indra, and thronged with females excellently attired, gracing it by his presence. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 6. When the priest had gone away, Rama, having bathed and with a collected mind, began to adore Narayana, in company with his wife having expansive eyes. Then raising the vessel of clarified butter unto his head, by way of paying reverence, he in accordance with the ordinance began to offer oblations unto the flaming fire on behalf of that mighty deity. Then, having partaken of the remaining quantity of the clarified butter, Rama prayed for his own welfare and meditated on the god Narayana. The son of the best of men with a collected mind, and restraining his speech lay down on a kusa bed together with Vaidehi within the graceful dwelling of Vishnu. When a single watch only remained of the night, Rama awoke and made his residence well decorated. Now he hearing the melodious utterances of genealogists and panegyrists and brahmanas versed in the Puranas, Rama finished devotions for the prior twilight, and with an intent mind began to recite Savitri, and clad in a clear silk dress, he with bended head hymned the destroyer of Madhu, and made the regenerate ones perform the Swastivakana ceremony. Already resounding with the blares of trumpets, Ayodhya became filled with the sweet and solemn tones of the expression holy day uttered by them. The denizens of Ayodhya, hearing that Raghava had fasted with Vaidehi, rejoiced exceedingly. Then the citizens, hearing of the installation of Rama, and seeing that the night had departed, fell to adorning the city. Standards with pennons were beautifully reared up in the abodes of the gods, resembling a peak, enveloped with white clouds, and at the crossing, and on highways, and over the chitya tree, and edifices, and over the warehouses of merchants abounding in goods, and the goodly and prosperous mansions of householders, and over all the council houses, and conspicuous trees. The multitude then heard the music, soothing unto the ear and heart, of stage managers, dancers, and singers chanting. The people began to talk with each other anent the installation of Rama, and the time for his installation having arrived, on terraces and houses, and doorways boys playing in bodies, conversed with each other concerning the installation of Rama. On the occasion of the investiture of Rama, the goodly highways were adorned with garlands, and scented with dhupa incense, by the citizens. And fearing lest Rama should come out overnight, to behold the beautified capital, the inhabitants of the city, by way of ornamentation as with the view of beholding Rama himself, had by the roadside reared up lampstands in the form of branched trees. Eagerly expecting the investiture of Rama as the heir apparent, all having thus ornamented the city and assembling themselves on terraces and in council halls, talking with each other, extolled the Lord of Men, saying, "Ah, high-souled is this king, the perpetuator of the Ikshwaka race, for, knowing himself as old, he will install Rama in the kingdom. Obliged we have been, since good Rama, capable of reading character, will be the Lord of earth and our protector. He is of a heart devoid of arrogance, and is learned, and righteous-souled, and affectionate to his brothers. Raghava loveth us even as he doth his own brothers. May the sinless and pious King Dasaratha live long, for it is through his grace that we shall behold Rama installed." The inhabitants of the provinces, who having heard the tidings, had come from various regions, heard the citizens conversing thus. Desirous of beholding the installation of Rama, they coming into the city from various directions, filled Rama's city. As the vast concourse entered the city, there was heard an uproar like unto the roaring of the heaving ocean during the fullness of the moon. Then that city resembling the regions of Indra, being filled on all sides with tumult raised by the dwellers of the provinces who had come to behold the installation, resembled the ocean when its waters are agitated by the aquatic animals inhabiting it. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 7. A woman, brought up with Kaikeyi, who formerly served as a maidservant, the family of her maternal uncle, at her own will, ascended the palace resembling the moon. Manthara beheld from the palace the highways of Ayodhya well watered all round, and strewn with lotuses, and adorned with standards bearing gay pennons, with thoroughfares and roads leading along undulating lands, sprinkled with sandal water, and crowded with men who had performed their ablutions, and echoing with the accents of regenerate ones bearing garlands and sweetmeats in their hands, and having the doorways of the temples painted white, and resounding with the sounds of musical instruments, and filled with many folks, and singing with Veda chantings, and with its horses and elephants delighted, and cows and bulls emitting roars, and with standards displaying flags erected by the exhilarated citizens. Upon seeing Ayodhya, in such excitement, Manthara was seized with exceeding surprise. Manthara, seeing a nurse hard by clad in white silk, with her eyes expanded with delight, asked her, saying, "What for Rama's mother, although close-fisted, is cheerfully and with the greatest possible alacrity dispensing wealth unto the people? And what for is the general overflow of joy? And what doth the delighted monarch purpose to do?" Thereupon, bursting with very great delight, the nurse communicated unto the humpbacked woman the high fortune awaiting Rama, saying, "Tomorrow, under Pushya, King Dasaratha will install the sinless Raghava, having his anger under control, as heir apparent to the throne." Hearing the words of the nurse, the humpbacked one, speedily growing angry, descended from the edifice resembling a summit of the Kailasa hill. Burning in ire, the sin-seeking Manthara addressed Kaikeyi, lying down, saying, "Up, ye senseless one! What for art thou down? A great danger approacheth thee. Thou understandest not that a mighty grief overfloweth thee. Thou boastest of good fortune while misfortune is thine in the shape of luck. Thy good fortune is surely unstable like the tide of a river during summer." Thus addressed by the sin-seeking humpbacked hag, in exceedingly harsh language, Kaikeyi became afflicted with great grief. And Kaikeyi said unto the humpbacked one, "Is any evil present, O Manthara? I do not find thee with countenance fallen and sore distressed with grief." The humpbacked Manthara, skilled in speech, who really sought Kaikeyi's welfare, hearing the latter's sweet accented words, displaying sorrow greater than Kaikeyi's own, lamenting and enlisting Kaikeyi's feelings against Rama, uttered words inflamed with anger, saying, "O worshipful one, an enduring and terrible destruction is imminent unto thee. King Dasaratha will install Rama as heir apparent. I have been sunk in a fathomless fear, and am afflicted with grief and heaviness. And as if burning in fire I, seeking thy welfare, have come unto thee. For, O Kaikeyi, great waxeth my grief on witnessing thy sorrow, and my advancement progresseth along with thine. There is no doubt about this. Born in a race of king, thou art the queen of this lord of earth. Why dost not thou then realize the sternness of royal morality? Thy maintainer speaketh most morally, but is crafty for all that. He speaketh blandly, but hath a crooked heart. Him thou takest as of blessed condition, and therefore art gold. Speaking unto thee soft words bare of substance, he will, his heart on the alert, today compass the welfare of Kausalya. having sent Bharata unto the home of thy relatives, that wicked-minded one will establish Rama in his ancestral kingdom rid of its thorn. Thou, O girl, in consideration of thy welfare, hast like unto a mother taken unto thy lap a venomous snake in the form of thy husband. Even what is done by an enemy or a serpent left alone is being done by Dasaratha of wicked ways and false soothing speech unto thee and thy own son. And, O girl, deserving as thou art of happiness, the king having established Rama in the kingdom, thou wilt be annihilated along with thy own. The time hath come, O Kaikeyi, do thou on the spur enter upon that which would turn to thy advantage. And, O thou, influenced by surprise, do thou deliver thyself, me and Bharata also. Hearing Manthara's words, that one of graceful countenance filled with delight, and looking like the autumnal moonlight, rose up from her bed. Inspired with exceeding joy, Kaikeyi, struck with surprise, made unto the humpbacked woman a present of an excellent and elegant ornament. And having given her the ornament, that paragon among the fair Kaikeyi joyfully addressed Manthara, saying, O Manthara, highly welcome is the news that thou hast communicated unto me. And surely thou hast told me what is dear unto my heart. What shall I do for thee? Difference find I none between Rama and Bharata. Therefore delighted am I that the king purposeth installing Rama in the kingdom. There is no other ambrosial speech that is excellent and acceptable unto me, compared with the installation of Rama. Therefore do thou ask of me whatever reward dost thou want, and I shall give thee. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 8. Manthara, making Kaikeyi the object of her wrath, threw off the noble ornament, and spoke these words, in anger and grief, Thou senseless girl, wherefore dost thou display thy joy on such an unfit occasion? Thou dost not see that thou art in the bosom of an ocean of grief. Being grieved at heart do I laugh at thee inwardly, O worshipful lady, because thou having met with signal calamity, rejoicest even in what should be lamented. I lament thee for thy perversion of sense. What sensible woman can rejoice in the advancement of a co-wife's son, like unto death itself? From Bharata proceeds Rama's fear concerning the kingdom to which both have an equal claim. Thinking of this, I am pressed down with sorrow, because fear proceeds from the person who fears much. The mighty armed Lakshmana hath for certain in all ways taken refuge in Rama, and Satrufna like unto Lakshmana hath taken refuge in the Kakutstha, Bharata. With reference to gradation of birth, the probability is in favor of Bharata's attempting the kingdom, yet by reason of Rama's being the elder of the two, Bharata hath been thrown off. Anticipating the peril that might spring unto thy son from Rama, learned and versed in the functions of the Kshatriya, and of quick decision, I tremble. Surely Kausalya is of blessed fortune, for tomorrow under Pushya the foremost of the twice-born ones will install her son as the mighty heir apparent unto the empire. Thou wilt, with clasped hands, serve as a slave the illustrious Kausalya, mistress of the world, and brimming over with joy, with all her foes discomfited. Thus along with us thou wilt attend her commands, and thy son also will await the pleasure of Rama. And Rama's wives together with their handmaids will be filled with delight, and in consequence of Bharata's name, thy daughters-in-law will be afflicted with sorrow. Seeing Manthara dead set against Rama, and speaking in this wise, the noble Kaikeyi praised the virtues of Rama. Rama is cognizant of morality, and filled with perfections, and accomplished, and grateful, and endowed with truth, and pure. And as he is the eldest son of the king, he deserveth the kingdom as heir apparent. That long-lived one shall maintain his brothers and his retainers even like a father. Why then, O humpbacked one, do thou grieve, hearing Rama's installation? And for certain, that foremost of men, Bharata also, 100 years after Rama, will attain the kingdom bequeathed by his father and grandfather. O Manthara, thou burnest, with grief in this auspicious time. Our good fortune will come after this in the shape of Bharata's installation. Why then dost thou grieve? Surely Rama is dearer unto me than Bharata, and he also loveth me more than he doth Kausalya. And if the kingdom be Rama's, it will be also Bharata's at the same time. Rama regardeth his brothers even as his own self. Hearing Kaikeyi's words, Manthara exceedingly aggrieved, sighing hot and hard, thus addressed Kaikeyi, saying, regarding that to be evil which is thy good, thou dost not through thy want of understanding know that thou art going to be drowned in a sea of grief and peril. Raghava will become king, and after Raghava his son, so that, O Kaikeyi, Bharata will come to be at once cut off from the royal line. O emotional one, surely all the sons of the king do not obtain the kingdom. And if all were placed on the throne, mighty would be the disturbance therefrom. Therefore it is that kings, O Kaikeyi, lay the task of government on the eldest son if worthy, or else upon a younger most meritorious. This thy son, O affectionate one, cast off from the royal race, and deprived of happiness, will fare like one forlorn. Thou dost not understand that it is for thee that I am taking such pains, and it is evident that thou dost not understand that I have come to thee for thy good. Thou art conferring on me rewards on the advancement of thy co-wife. For certain, Rama having attained the kingdom without let, will send Bharata either to a distant land, or to the other world. Bharata is a mere boy, and by thee it is that he hath been sent unto his maternal uncle's mansion. Even an immobile object's attachment grows by virtue of nearness. Satrufna also ever following Bharata hath gone with him. He is attached unto Bharata as Lakshmana is attached unto Rama. It is heard that once upon a time the woodman had intended to cut down a tree, but it was relieved from the high peril because of the proximity of prickly shrubs around it. Sumitra's son protects Rama and Raghava protects Lakshmana. Their fraternal love, like that of the Ashwins, is celebrated in the world. Therefore Rama will never do any wrong unto Lakshmana, but he will do wrong unto Bharata. There is no doubt about this. Therefore let that son of Raghu be sent unto the woods from the palace. This pleaseth me, and this also is for thy supreme welfare, and in this wise also will be realized the good of thy relations. But if Bharata can get at his ancestral kingdom by just means, that would also be welcome to thy kindred. That boy deserving of happiness is the natural enemy of Rama. How can he live under the prosperous Rama, being deprived of all wealth? Therefore it behoveth thee to save Bharata about to be overcome by Rama, like a lion pursuing the leader of an elephant herd in a forest. Thy co-wife, Rama's mother, had formerly through pride and good fortune been slighted by thee. Why will not she upon thee wreak her revenge now? When Rama will obtain the earth furnished with many oceans and mountains, then, O proud dame, thou rendered forlorn, wilt along with Bharata sustain sorry discomfiture. And when Rama will obtain the earth, Bharata will certainly meet with destruction. Therefore do thou ponder as to how thou canst place thy son on the throne, and banish thy enemy. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 9. Thus addressed, Kaikeyi, with her countenance flaming in wrath, sighing hot and hard, spoke unto Manthara, saying, even this very day will I speedily send Rama into the forest, and without delay install Bharata in the royal heir apparentship. Do thou now see by what means I can effect this. Bharata must obtain the kingdom and never Rama. Thus addressed by the noble one, the wicked-minded Manthara, envious of Rama's interest, thus spoke unto Kaikeyi, Ah! O Kaikeyi, consider, listen to my words, telling thee how thy son alone will obtain the kingdom. Dost thou not remember, O Kaikeyi, or concealest, although remembering, wishing to hear from me of the means for thy welfare which thou thyself hadst before communicated unto me? If, O dalliance-loving damsel, it is thy wish to hear it as told by me, listen thou, I will tell it thee. And having heard it, do thou act accordingly. Hearing Manthara's words, Kakeyi raised herself a little from her tastefully spread bed, and said, Do thou tell me the means. By what means, O Manthara, Bharata will gain the kingdom, and in no wise Rama? Thus addressed by the worshipful one, the wicked-minded Manthara, envying Rama's interest, thus spoke unto Kakeyi, Formerly during the wars of the gods and Asuras, thy husband taking thee along, went with the royal saints for the purpose of assisting the king of the celestials. O Kakeyi, in Dandaka, situated towards the south, there is the city known by the name of Vajayanta, where dwelt Timidvaja, otherwise called Samvara, possessed of 100 conjurations, and a mighty Asura. That unreproved one gave battle unto Sakra accompanied by the celestials. And in that mighty conflict the Rakshasas during the night used to drag by main force persons asleep having their bodies cut all over, and kill them. Then King Dasaratha warred with the Asuras most heroically. And that mighty armed one, O worshipful lady, losing his senses in consequence of wounds received from weapons, was removed from the field by thee. In that imminent danger, thy husband, sadly cut by weapons, was preserved by thee. Thereupon gratified, he, O thou of gracious presence, granted thee 2 boons. Whereupon thou didst say, I shall receive from my lord the boon whenever I shall wish. Thereupon that high-souled one said, So be it. I did not know anything about this, O respected one, and it was thou who didst formerly communicate this unto me. And it is because I bear affection unto thee that I have not forgotten it. Now do thou forcibly make the monarch desist from installing Rama, and ask thy husband for these 2 boons, the installation of Bharata, and the exile of Rama into the woods for 14 years. On Rama having been banished into the woods for 14 years, thy son securing the affections of subjects, will be firmly established on the throne. Entering the anger chamber today, do thou, O daughter of Aswapati, clad in soiled garment, lie down on the uncovered floor. Do not look at him, nor speak to him aught. Do thou on beholding the Lord of the earth, overwhelmed with grief, weep only. Thou hast always been the favorite wife of thy husband. Of this I have not the least doubt. For thy sake the monarch can enter into a flame. He can never anger thee, nor can he eye thee when angered. For compassing thy pleasure the king can renounce life itself. Therefore the monarch can never set aside thy word. O senseless lady, do thou now reflect upon the strength of thy good fortune. King Dasaratbo will offer thee rubies and pearls and gold and gems of various kinds, but do not thou bend thy heart to them. Do thou, exalted dame, bring into Dasaratha's recollection the 2 boons which he had granted thee at the time of the war between the gods and Asuras, and thou shalt not fail to achieve thy objects. And when that descendant of Ragu, raising thee will go to bestow the boons, do thou then binding him fast by oath, unfold unto the monarch the boons, saying, Send Rama unto the forest for 9 and 5 years, and let Bharata, becoming on earth the foremost of monarchs, carry on the government. And Rama having been banished for 14 years, thy son growing, in the interval, firm and fast, will remain on the throne during the rest of his life. Do thou, therefore, O worshipful one, demand even the banishment of Rama, for by this it is, O damsel, all interests will be secured unto thy son. Thus banished Rama will no longer maintain possession of the hearts of the people, and thy Bharata with his foes put out, will be the king. By the time that Rama returns from the forest, thy son, thy prudent son, along with his friends, securing the hearts of the people externally and internally, will have been firmly established on the throne. Now is the time, I apprehend. Renouncing fear, do thou forcibly make the monarch remove from his mind his intention of installing Rama. Having been thus made to accept that for good which was really evil, Kakeyi, desirous of obtaining the bones, was filled with delight. And at the words of the humpbacked woman, that exceedingly beautiful Kakeyi experienced the height of pride, and betook herself to this wrong course, like a mare attached to her young, springing up after it. And she said to Manthara, O excellent wench, O speaker of things fair, thy wisdom I do not dishonor. In ascertaining the propriety or otherwise of actions, thou art the very first of hump-backed women on earth. And ever intent on my interest, thou seekest my welfare. I had not, O humpbacked one, ere this, apprehended the endeavors of the king. O humpbacked one, there are many deformed, crooked, and unsightly women on earth, but thou alone down lookest beautiful like a lotus bent by the breeze. Thy breast weighed down by thy hump is high near the shoulders, and beneath is thy belly graced with a goodly navel, which hath grown lean from shame on holding the attitude of thy bust. Thy buttocks are spacious, and thy breasts are firm. Thy countenance is like the bright moon, ah! O Manthara, how lovely dost thou look! Thy hips are smooth, and is decked with chains, and thy thighs and legs are of large proportions. O Manthara, O thou clad in linen garment, O graceful damsel, with thy pair of spacious humps, thou goest before me like a she-crane. In thy heart reside all those 1,000 conjurations belonging to that lord of the Asuras, Samvara, and besides thousands there are many more. Intelligence and policy and conjurations reside in thy elevated hump resembling the nave of a chariot wheel. When Bharata hath been installed and Rama gone to the woods, I will, O humpbacked one, furnish thy hump with a garland made, O beautiful one, of well-melted gold. And when I shall have attained my object and be happy, I will smear thy hump with sandal paste. O humpbacked one, I will prepare for thy face an excellent tilaka of gold, as well as other ornaments. Wearing elegant apparel, thou wilt go about like a very goddess. With an incomparable countenance challenging the moon himself, thou wilt attain preeminence, defying thy foes. Even as thou servest me, other humpbacked women adorned with every ornament will serve thy feet. Thus praised by Kakeyi, as she was lying down on a white bed, like unto fire upon the sacrificial dais, Manthara addressed her, saying, O blessed one, when water has flown out, it is not proper to set up a dike. Arise. Do thy welfare. Show thyself unto the king. Puffed up with the pride of good fortune, that noble lady of expansive eyes, thus encouraged by Manthara, went with her to the anger chamber. Having entered the chamber, that exalted lady put off her pearl necklace priced at many hundreds and thousands of gold, together with other elegant, beautiful, and rich ornaments. Then sitting down upon the ground, Kakeyi, comparable unto gold, under the influence of Manthara's words, spoke unto her, saying, Do thou, humpbacked one, tell the monarch that I am dead at this place. On Raghava having gone to the forest, Bharata will obtain the earth. I do not require gold, or gems, or repasts. This will be the end of my existence if Rama be installed. Again the humpbacked woman addressed Bharata's mother in exceedingly cruel language fraught with good unto Bharata and evil unto Rama. If Raghava attaineth the kingdom, thou wilt surely grieve along with thy son. Therefore, O blessed one, do thou strive so that thy son Bharata be installed. Thus momentarily pierced by the wordy shaft shot by Manthara, the queen, exceedingly surprised, laying her hand on her bosom, wrathfully broke out, Either beholding me gone unto the regions of death, thou wilt apprise the king of it, or Raghava repairing unto the forest for a long time, Bharata will attain his desire. If Raghava doth not repair hence into the forest, I will not desire beds, nor garlands, nor sandal paste, nor collyrium, nor meat, nor drinks, nor life. Having said these cruel words, and thrown off every ornament, the wrathful dame lay down on the ground having no covering, like a fallen canary. Casting away her excellent garlands and ornaments with her countenance clouded with the gloom of wrath, the king's wife became sunk in thought, looking like a sky enveloped in darkness, with the stars hid. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 10. Thus perversely advised by the exceedingly wicked Manthara, the noble and sagacious lady, influenced by passion, having completely decided in her mind as to her course, was lying down on the ground like a canary pierced with poisoned shafts, and gradually told everything unto Manthara. And having made up her mind, that lady wrought up with ire, being under the influence of Manthara's words, sighed hot and hard like the daughter of Anaga, and for a while reflected on the way which was to bring her happiness. Then her friend and well-wisher Manthara, hearing of her resolution, rejoiced exceedingly, as if she had already secured success. And, having fully ascertained her course, that weak one being angry, lay down upon the floor, knitting her eyebrows. The ground was strewn with garlands and excellent ornaments which Kakeyi had cast away, and they adorned the earth as the stars adorn the welkin. Like an enfeebled canary, she, clad in a soiled garment, binding fast her braid, lay down in the antechamber. The monarch, having issued orders for the installation of Rama, entered his inner apartment after giving permission to the courtiers to repair to their respective abodes. Today it has been fixed to install Rama, but Kakeyi has not yet heard of it, thus thought the monarch. Therefore, with the view of communicating the welcome news unto that lady deserving of good, Kakeyi, that renowned one of subdued senses, entered the inner apartment. Like unto the moon entering the sky covered with white clouds, and with Rahu present in it, that one of high fame entered the excellent apartment of Kakeyi, having parrots and peacocks and crouches and swans, resounding with the sounds of musical instruments, containing humpbacked and dwarfish women, graced with houses containing creepers and pictures, and adorned with ashokas and champakas, furnished with daisys composed of ivory and silver and gold, and adorned with trees bearing flowers and fruits always, and tanks, having superb seats made of ivory, silver, and gold, rich with various viands and drinks and edibles, with costly ornaments, and resembling heaven itself. And the prosperous monarch, having entered his own inner apartment, did not see his dear Kakeyi on the excellent bed. The lord of men, not seeing his favorite wife, asked within himself, and was struck with grief. Never before this that noble lady spent that hour at any other place, nor had the monarch ever entered the empty apartment. Then the king, entering the apartment, asked a sentinel concerning Kakeyi, not knowing that that unwise woman was hankering after her self-interest, as on previous occasions, not finding her, he used to ask. Thereupon hurriedly, and with clasped hands, the warder said, Worshipful sire, the noble lady, exceedingly angry, hath repaired unto the anger chamber. Hearing the warder's word, the king, exceedingly anxious, with his senses agitated and afflicted, again grieved. There, burning with grief, the lord of the earth saw her lying down on the ground in an improper guise. And the sinless aged monarch saw on the ground his youthful wife, dearer unto him than life itself, cherishing an unrighteous intention, like a torn creeper, and lying down like a very goddess, resembling a canary fallen from heaven because of sin, like a fallen apsara, like unto an illusion spread to take another, and like an ensnared doe, or a she-cookfant that has been pierced with an envenomed shaft shot by a hunter. And himself resembling a mighty elephant in the midst of a forest, the king, exceedingly aggrieved, out of affection, gently passing his hand upon Kakeyi's person, thus addressed her, furnished with eyes resembling lotus petals, I do not know why thou hast been angry with me. O noble lady, who has reprimanded thee, or who has offended thee, that, O auspicious one, in this guise thou art lying down in dust, enhancing my sorrow? And wherefore art thou down on the ground, I, who seek thy welfare, being yet alive? O thou that afflictest my heart, art like one under the influence of a malignant spirit. I have skillful physicians whom I have completely satisfied with gifts. They will render thee whole. Do thou, O angry wench, mention thy malady. Whom dost thou wish to please, and whom to displease? Who shall today receive in welcome office, and who a highly unwelcome one? Do not conceal thy thoughts, nor, O noble one, afflict thy person. Who that should not be slain shall be put to death, and who that should is to be set at liberty. Who that is poor is to be made rich, and who that is affluent is to be turned into a pauper. I and mine are at thy command. I dare not cross any wish of thine. Tell me thy mind, and I will satisfy thee by laying down life itself. Thou knowest the influence thou hast upon me, therefore it behoveth thee not to entertain any apprehension. By all my good deeds I swear that I will compass thy pleasure. The space that is lighted up by the solar disk is mine, the Draviras, and the Sindhus, and the Saviras, and Shurastras, and the Dakshinapithas, and the Bungas, and the Angas, and the Magadhas, and the Matsyas, and the flourishing Kasis, and the Kosalas. In these are produced many things, wealth, and corn, and animals. Do thou, O Kakeyi, ask for those things that thy mind may take a fancy to. What, O timid one, is the use of afflicting thyself thus? O beauteous damsel, arise, arise. Do thou, O Kakeyi, unfold unto me the cause whence hath proceeded thy fear. On hearing the reason, I will dispel it, even as the sun drieth up the dew. Thus addressed and encouraged, she desirous of saying that disagreeable thing with the view of afflicting her lord still more, spoke unto him thus. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 11. Unto that ruler of the earth extremely under the influence of passion, Kakeyi spoke cruelly, saying, O worshipful one, none has wronged or reprimanded me. I have a certain intention, which I wish that you will carry out. If thou wilt execute that, do thou then promise to that effect, then only will I express my desire. Thereupon, by his hands placing Kakeyi's head upon his lap, the mighty monarch, under the influence of passion, smiling fairly, addressed her lying on the ground, O thou that art swollen with the pride of good fortune, thou knowest that foremost of men, Rama excepted, there liveth not any that is dearer to me than thyself. I swear by that invincible prime of men, even the high-souled Raghava, who is the stay of my existence. Do thou tell me thy heart's desire? By that Rama, Kakeyi, whom if I do not see for a moment, I die for certain, do I swear that whatever thou wilt say, I will accomplish. By that Rama, O Kakeyi, foremost of men, whom I hold dearer than my other sons, do I swear that I will accomplish whatever thou wilt say. O gentle one, my heart is in what I say. Do thou, considering this, deliver me from this distress. Taking all this into consideration, do thou, O Kakeyi, speak out what is in thy mind. Thou sayest the power thou wieldest in me, therefore it behoveth thee not to fear. I will do thy pleasure by my good deeds, do I swear this. Thereat intent upon her own interests, that exalted dame, seeing her own wish, almost, attained, assuming an attitude of intercession, being rejoiced, spoke harsh words unto the monarch. And delighted at the king's speech, she unfolded that dreadful intention of hers like unto the approaching death. Thou swearest repeatedly, and conferrest on me a boon. Let the 33 deities headed by Indra hear this. Let the sun, and the moon, and the sky, and the planets, and night, and day, and the cardinal points, and the universe, and the earth, with the Gandharvas and Rakshasas, and the rangers of the night, and all beings, and the household gods residing in dwellings, together with all other creatures, know thy utterances. Let all the deities hear that a highly energetic one speaking the truth, and pure, and cognizant of morality, and abiding by his promise, has conferred on me a boon. Having entreated the monarch thus with a view to prevent him from swerving, and keeping him firm in his promise, she again addressed that mighty bowman, overcome by desire, who was ready to confer on her a boon. Remember, O king, the incidents that took place formerly in the war between gods and Asuras. Incapable of taking thy life, thy enemy had rendered thee exceedingly feeble. Because, O respected sir, I tending thee sleeplessly, preserved thee, thou didst grant me 2 boons. Entrusting the boons then with thee, do I now, O descendant of the Raghus, ask for them at thy hands, O Lord of the earth. If having religiously promised to that effect, thou dost not confer the boon, this very day, will I, coming by this disgrace from thee, renounce my life. When the king was completely brought under the influence of Kakeyi, he was ensnared by her speech for his destruction, like a deer entering into the noose. Thereafter she thus spoke unto the king about to confer a boon, who was under the influence of passion, saying, Of the boons that thou hadst then promised me, I shall speak today, do thou listen to my words. Preparations are being made for installing Raghava. Do thou with the provisions made ready install Bharata in the kingdom. O exalted one, the time has also come for thee to confer on me the second boon which thou being pleased had promised in the war of the gods and Asuras. Let the gentle Rama, clad in deerskin, lead the life of a mendicant in the Dandaka forest for the space of 9 and 5 years. And let Bharata gain the heir apparentship rid of thorns. Even this is my prime wish, and I beseech thee but to grant the boon thou hast already promised. Even this very day will I see Rama dispatched to the woods. Do thou by proving true unto thy word, become the king of kings, and preserve thy race, character, and birth. Truthful speech, say the ascetics, is of supreme welfare unto men in the next world. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 12. Hearing Kakeyi's fell speech, the monarch bewailed for a time, and then thought, Is this a daydream unto me, or has bewilderment befallen my senses? Is this owing to influence of some evil spirit, or has my mind been affected? Thinking thus, the king could not arrive at the origin of this phenomenon, and then he swooned away. Then regaining his senses, he was filled with grief on recollecting Kakeyi's words, and pained and woebegone, like unto a deer at the sight of a tigress, he fetched a deep sigh, and sat down on the uncovered ground. Like a venomous snake confined by power of incantation within a circle, the Lord of Men, in indignation exclaimed, O fie! And deprived of his senses by grief, he again swooned away. After a long while, regaining his senses, he extremely aggrieved, wrathfully, and as if burning in energy, addressed Kakeyi, saying, Thou cruel one! Thou of vile ways! Thou destroyer of this race! O wicked woman, what has been done by Rama unto thee, or what wrong have I done thee? Raghava ever serveth thee as a mother. Why thou art then bent upon wronging him? It is to bring down destruction upon myself that through ignorance I brought unto this house thee like unto a serpent of virulent poison. When all men show their regard for Rama's virtues, for what transgression shall I forsake my dear son? I may renounce Kausalya or Sumitra or the kingdom or life itself, but Rama, filled with affection for his father, will I not renounce. I experience supreme delight on beholding my firstborn, and when I see him not, I lose my senses. The world may exist without the sun, and corn without water, but this life doth not exist in this body without Rama. Do thou then that entertainest unrighteous aims, abandon this intention of thine. I lay my head at thy feet. Be propitious unto me. Why dost thou, O sinful one, cherish in thy mind such a frightful idea? Thou, often, asked me whether I love Bharata or not. Be that which thou hadst formerly told me in favor of that descendant of Raghu. That blessed one is my eldest son, and the most righteous of them all, even this, with the view of pleasing me, thou sweet-speeched one had said. Now hearing of the installation of Rama, thou thyself filled with grief, art making me exceedingly aggrieved. Or in this empty chamber having been possessed, thou hast come under influence not thy own. And this signal lawlessness, O exalted lady, has befallen the race of the Ikshwakus, the cause of which, O thou versed in moral laws, is thy mental derangement. Thou didst not formerly do unto me aught that was improper or disagreeable. Therefore, O thou of expansive eyes, I cannot rely upon thee as sane. Thou didst, O girl, many a time tell me that Rama was equal unto thee with the high-souled Bharata. Wherefore then, O bashful one, dost thou like that the illustrious and righteous Rama, O exalted dame, should reside in the forest for 5 and 9 years? Why dost thou like that the exceedingly tender Rama, with his soul established in virtue, should dwell in the woods, undergoing terrible hardship? Why dost thou, O thou of graceful eyes, wish Rama, captivating all creatures, and engaged in ministering unto thee, to be banished? Rama verily serveth thee far more than doth Bharata, and I do not find that Bharata regardeth thee more than Rama. Who will, save that foremost of men, so devotedly minister unto thee, regard thee, enhance thy influence, and do thy will? Not one of the many thousands of females and the innumerable retainers in the palace has been able to fasten reproach upon Rama for real or false misconduct. Soothing all creatures with a pure heart, that great soul by means of good officers secureth the affections of the inhabitants of the kingdom. He conquers all the twice-born ones by gifts, and that hero conquers his superiors by ministrations, and his enemies by encountering them with the bow. For certain, in Ragva are truth and charity, and asceticism, and self-renunciation, and friendship, and purity, and sincerity, and learning, and the disposition to tend his superiors. How, O respected one, canst thou ask for this that will bring thee sin, touching Rama endowed with candor, and energetic like unto a Maharshi, and resembling a celestial? I do not recollect to have heard Rama, who ever speaks sweet words, to have used any unpleasant speech to any one. How can I then for thy sake unfold this disagreeable matter unto the beloved Rama? And what stay have I save him in whom abide forgiveness and asceticism and renunciation and verity and righteousness and gratitude and harmless towards all creatures? It behoveth thee, O Kakeyi, to have pity on me, aged and on the verge of death, and afflicted with grief and distressed, and engaged in lamentations. Whatever can be obtained in this earth bounded by the ocean I will confer on thee. Do thou not bring about my death. O Kakeyi, I clasp my palms, I fall at thy feet, be thou the protector of Rama, so that sin may not taint me. When the terrible Kakeyi in still more terrible language addressed the mighty king, who was burning in grief and bewailing, and deprived of his senses, and feeling a sensation of whirling, and overwhelmed with woe, and again beseeching for crossing this ocean of sorrow, saying, If, O monarch, having conferred the boon, thou repentest afterwards, how, O hero, wilt thou speak of thy righteousness in the world? When thou versed in duty, the Rajarshis assembled around thee shall ask thee regarding this matter, what wilt thou answer? Wilt thou say, By whose favor do I live, and who had tended me? Unto that Kakeyi have I broken my promise. Surely, O Lord of men, thou wilt bring disgrace unto all the monarchs of thy line, since having conferred the boons this very day, thou speakest otherwise. Saivya granted his own flesh unto the bird in the matter of the hawk and the pigeon. And Alarka, having granted his eyes unto a blind Brahmin, attained excellent state. And the ocean, having bound himself by promise, never passes beyond his shores. Remembering these old stories, render not thy promise nugatory. O thou of perverted understanding, renouncing righteousness, and installing Rama in the kingdom, thou wishest ever to give thyself up to pleasure with Kausalya. Whether what I have proposed be righteous or otherwise, whether thou hast promised truly or falsely, swerve not from thy word. If thou install Rama, this very day drinking poison, I will surely die before thee. If I for a single day behold Rama's mother receiving homage rendered with clasped hands, I will consider death even as welcome, O Lord of men. By Bharata's self dear unto me as my own life, I swear that save the exile of Rama, nothing shall satisfy me. Having said this, Kaikeyi paused, and maintained silence, disregarding the bewailing monarch. The king, with his senses overwhelmed with grief, hearing Kaikeyi's exceedingly bitter words, reflected on Rama's abode in the woods, and the advancement of Bharata, and being bewildered for a while spoke not unto Kaikeyi, but gazed steadfastly at that exalted dame, his beloved wife, who had uttered disagreeable things. And having heard that speech resembling a thunderbolt, and unpleasant to the heart, and surcharged with grief, the king was extremely pained. Then recollecting that revered lady's resolve, and his own terrible oath, he, sighing forth, O Rama, dropped down like a felled tree. And then that master of the earth, being deprived of his sense, was like a madman, or a patient with his faculties wildered, or a serpent whose energy has been exhausted. In sad and distressful words, he addressed Kaikeyi, saying, Who is it that has convinced thee that this exceedingly heinous course is a proper one? Dost thou not feel shamed to speak thus unto me, like one whose faculties have been possessed by an evil spirit? I did not know before, when thou wast youthful, that thy nature was so perverted, but now I find the very reverse of what I then thought. Whence proceedeth thy fear that thou askest for such a boon, the establishment of Bharata in the kingdom, and the banishment of Rama into the woods? Do thou cease to urge such a suit that is fraught with evil unto thy wifely virtue, and that will render my word untrue, if thou wishest for the good of thy husband, of the people, and Bharata. O cruel woman, O thou that intendest sinfully, O base wretch, O doer of impious deeds, how have I and Rama conspired against thy happiness, and what offense dost thou find in us? Bharata will by no means accept the kingdom, depriving Rama of it, for I consider Bharata a still more grounded in righteousness than Rama himself. When I shall say, Repair unto the forest, and Rama's countenance will fall, like unto the moon overwhelmed by Rahu, how shall I behold it? How shall I, having in consultation with my friends come to this decision, retract the same, like unto an army defeated by the enemy? And what will the monarchs coming from various quarters say concerning me? Alas! How has this puerile descendant of Ikshwaku reigned so long? And when many aged folks, endowed with virtues, and accomplished in various lore, will ask me concerning Kakutsta, what then shall I say unto them? So oppressed by Kaikeyi, have I banished Rama. Even if I speak this truly, yet none will lend credence to it. And what will Kausalya say unto me, when Rama shall have gone to the forest? Having done her this mighty wrong, what shall I say unto her? Kausalya serves me at the same time like a slave, and a friend, and wife, and sister, and mother. Ever studious of my welfare, dearly loving her son, and speaking every one fair, that exalted lady, although deserving of homage at my hands, has up to this time not been regarded by me, because of thee. That I have so long sought thy welfare, afflicteth me now, even like rice partaken by a sick person with curries that are unhealthful. Beholding Rama deprived of his kingdom, and banished unto the forest, why will Sumitra alarmed believe in me? Ah! Woe to me! Vaidehi will have to hear of two evil events, my death and Rama's journey unto the woods. Alas! My Vaidehi, indulging in grief, will renounce her existence, like a canary on the side of the Himavat, who has been forsaken by her Kinara. When I shall witness Rama repairing to the mighty forest, and Sita weeping, in grief, I shall not hope for a long life, and thou, becoming a widow, will reign along with thy son. Like unto a goodly liquor, which people having partaken it, subsequently find to contain poison, I have found thee, who had passed for a chaste woman, to be now really unchaste. Having soothed me with soft but false words, thou speakest thus. Thou hast killed me like a deer that has been entrapped by a hunter, having been allured into the net through the sound of a song. Surely gentle folks will on the highway censure me as one lost to gentility, as one who has sold his son, for buying his wife's good graces, even like a Brahmana given to drinking. Alas! Alas! Having promised thee the boon, I have to bear these words of thine, and have come by this grief like unto evil consequent upon misdeeds in a previous existence. Wretch as I am, like a halter set round one's neck, have I, O vile woman, cherished thee through ignorance. Not knowing thee for my death, I have sported with thee, like an infant dallying in solitude with a venomous snake. Surely, people will be justified in condemning me wicked-minded that I am, for my son having been deprived of his ancestral kingdom by me, saying, Alas! King Dasaratha is foolish and lustful, for he sends his beloved son to the woods for the sake of his wife. Rama has grown emaciated by studying the Vedas, leading the Brahmacharya mode of life, and serving his preceptors. Will he again undergo this mighty toil at this time of enjoyment? My son is incapable of uttering a second word unto me, and commissioned, he will repair to the woods, saying, Very well, if ordered with go to the forest, Raghava does not consent, even that would conduce to my pleasure, but he will do nothing of the kind. And Raghava having gone to the forest, death will surely summon me away to his abode, who am of exceedingly reprehensible character, and who am universally execrated. And I having been dead, and that best of men, Rama, having gone to the woods, I do not know to what a plight thou wilt bring my kindreds. And if Kausalya loses me and Rama, and Sumitra loses her 2 sons and me and Rama, then tormented with the extreme of grief, those exalted ladies will follow me. Do thou, O Kaikeyi, casting into hell Kausalya and Sumitra and myself with our 3 sons, attain happiness. Renounced by me as well as Rama, this Lakshwaka line existing from a time immemorial, and ennobled by excellent qualities, and incapable of coming by grief, thou wilt rule, when it shall have been overwhelmed with misfortune. If the banishment of Rama be agreeable to Bharata, let him not, when I am dead, perform my funeral obsequies. When I am dead, and when that foremost of men has gone to the forest, do thou, a widow, rule the kingdom along with thy son. O daughter of a king, when by chance thou residest in my mansion, I must come by signal infamy and discomfiture in the world, and meet with general disregard, like unto a sinful person. How having always gone on cars and elephants and horses, will dear Rama range in the forest on foot? How will my son, at the approach of whose mealtime, cooks wearing earrings and emulating each other prepare excellent meats and drinks, pass his days, living on fare furnished by the woods, of astringent, or bitter, or pungent taste? How will he, who has always been clad in costly attire, and who has always enjoyed happiness, will dwell on the bare earth, wearing a piece of red cloth? From whom hast thou received this inconceivable and dreadful advice, Rama's journey to the woods and installation of Bharata? Fie upon women, crafty and selfish. But I must not name all women, I mean only the mother of Bharata. O thou that art intent upon doing mischief unto all, O thou addicted to selfishness, O cruel one, has God made thy mind so very vile, only to torment me? What wrong hast thou come by either through me, or Rama ever engaged in thy welfare? On beholding Rama plunged in sorrow, fathers will forsake sons, and wives attached unto their husbands will forsake them, and the entire earth will be affected with ill humor. When I hear him coming, adorned like unto a son of the celestials, I rejoice on casting my eyes on him, and I feel as if I had regained my youth. Men may do without the sun, and the wielder of the thunderbolt not reigning, but none, I apprehend, can live on witnessing Rama repairing hence. I have kept in my mansion, like unto my own death, thee that desirest my destruction, and art intent upon doing me wrong, and art my foe. I have for a long time held thee on my lap, like unto a she-snake of virulent poison, therefore in consequence of my folly, I now meet with destruction. Now dissevered from me, and Rama together with Lakshmana, let Bharata govern the city and the kingdom along with thee. Destroying thy relatives, do thou enhance the joy of my enemies. O thou cruelly disposed, O thou bringer on of calamities, since banishing all sense of the relation in which we stand to each other as husband and wife, thou hast spoken thus, why reduce to 1,000 fragments thy teeth drop not from off thy mouth down to the ground? Rama has not used any harsh speech towards thee. Indeed, Rama knows no harsh speech. Why then dost thou seek to inflict upon Rama, ever pleasant spoken, and endowed with agreeable qualities, such wrongs? O thou that renderest infamous the king of the Kakayas, whether thou becomest miserable, or enterest into fire, or killest thyself, by taking poison, or divest into the bowels of the earth opened at 1,000 places, I will not execute thy fell intention that is fraught with evil unto me. I do not wish that thou, like unto a razor, and ever speaking pleasant falsehoods, and possessed of a vile heart, the destroyer of thy own race, thou that wishest to burn my heart and life, thou unbeautiful one, mayst remain alive. My life itself is in jeopardy, where then is my happiness? Where is the happiness of parents without their sons? It behoveth thee not, O noble dame, to do evil unto me. I take hold of thy feet, be thou propitious unto me. As bewailing thus like one forlorn the ruler of earth whose heart was captivated by Kaikeyi on account of her supreme beauty proceeded to take hold of her feet, who having banished all self-respect, sat with her legs stretched, he, without being able to come at them, fell down in a swoon, like one enfeebled with disease. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 13. Then, as the mighty king was lying down in this unbeseeming and improper guise, like Yayati dropped from the celestial regions when his religious merit had been exhausted, that lady, personating the ruin of the race, not fearing public odium, who had discerned danger from Rama unto Bharata, not having attained her wish, again addressed the monarch, concerning the boon he had promised unto her, thou describest thyself, O mighty monarch, as speaking the truth and firm in vow. Why then dost thou hesitate to confer this boon on me? Thus addressed by Kaikeyi King Dasaratha, remaining stupefied for a while, thus answered her in wrath, O ignoble one! O enemy of mine! On my being dead, and that chief of men, Rama, repairing to the woods, do thou, thine wish attained, become happy. When in heaven, questioning me as to Rama's welfare, the celestials, learning of his banishment to the woods, will tax me on this score, how shall I also bear that reproach of theirs? If I shall truthfully say I have sent Rama to the woods for compassing Kaikeyi's pleasure, that will count for a falsehood. Sunless first, I have obtained the exceedingly energetic and mighty Rama by great pain, how can I then renounce him? How shall I banish Rama having eyes resembling lotus petals, who is heroic, and accomplished, and of subdued anger, and forgiving? How shall I dismiss unto Dandaka the charming Rama of dark blue hue like that of a blue lotus, possessed of mighty arms, and having great strength? How shall I behold the intelligent Rama in evil plight, who has never known suffering, and has always enjoyed felicity? If without inflicting injury upon Rama, I meet with death, I shall then attain happiness. O cruel Kaikeyi, O thou of evil purpose, why dost thou do this wrong unto my beloved Rama, having truth for prowess? If I banish Rama, an unparalleled obloquy will surely darken my fair fame. As King Dasaratha was bewailing thus, with a heart wrought up with grief, the sun set and night came on. But although crested with the lunar disk, the night failed to bring comfort unto the king, distressed and indulging in grief. Then the old King Dasaratha, with his eyes fixed at the sky, sighing hot, lamented in this strain, O night studded with stars, I beseech thee, let not the morning appear. Do thou, O gentle one, do me this kindness. I do thus clasp my hands, by way of supplication. Or do thou speedily repair, for I do not wish to see the hated and relentless Kakeyi, who has brought this calamity upon me. Having spoken thus, the king, conversant with the duties of sovereigns, again endeavored to propitiate Kakeyi, saying, O noble dame, do thou show favor unto me, who am of honest ways, who am distressed, who have made myself thine, who have finished his life, and who, in especial, am thy king. That I have spoken to thee thus was because, O thou of shapely hips, I had been deprived of my senses through grief. O girl, do thou show thy favor unto me, be thou generous, be thou propitious. Let my Rama obtain the kingdom in fact conferred by thee. Thereupon, O thou having the outer corner of thy eyes of dark blue hue, thou wilt attain high fame among men. O thou of well-developed hips, do thou do this act of benefit unto me and Rama and the people and the superiors and Bharata. Having heard the exceedingly piteous words of her husband, the king of pure sentiment, who was distressed, with his eye rendered coppery and flowing with tears, that wicked-minded and merciless woman spoke not. Thereat, seeing that his favorite dissatisfied wife persisted in urging the banishment of his son, the king, struck with grief, again fell down to the earth, senseless. As the wise king, afflicted with sorrow, was sighing hot and hard, the night passed away. Then, as the eulogists attempted to sing his praises for awakening him, he prohibited them to do so. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 14. Then that sinful woman, seeing the descendant of Ikshwaku distressed on account of his son, and deprived of consciousness, and lying inert on the ground, spoke unto him, saying, Having promised to grant me the boon, how distressed dost thou lie on the ground, as if thou didst commit some sin. It behoveth thee to keep untainted thy dignity by performing what thou hast promised. Truth, say persons cognizant of it, is the prime virtue. And it is in the interests of virtue that I have been exhorting thee. Having promised his own person unto the hawk, that lord of earth, Saivya, having granted the same unto the bird, went the excellent way. In the same manner, Alarka, being asked, plucked out his eyes readily and bestowed them on a certain Brahmana versed in the Vedas. And the Lord of Rivers, having promised, even on occasions of parvas, does not pass over his bounds for the sake of truth. The one syllable, Ankar, signifying Brahma, is the truth itself. In truth is established righteousness. Truth is the undecaying Vedas, and through truth people attain the foremost state. If thy mind is established in virtue, do thou then follow truth. Since, O excellent one, thou hast promised a boon, let that boon bear fruit. Do thou, incited by me with the view of maintaining virtue, banish Rama. Thrice do I tell thee. If thou dost not fulfill this noble vow, O worshipful Lord, thou hast made unto me, forsaken by thee will I even in thy very presence renounce my life. Thus fearlessly urged by Kakeyi, the king could not take off from himself the noose of promise, even as Bali could not take off the noose that had been fixed upon him by Upendra at the instance of Indra. Thereupon, the king looked blank, and his heart became agitated, like unto a beast of burden moving tortuously when placed within the yoke and wheels. Then calming himself with a great effort, the king, as if not seeing Kakeyi, with his haggard eyes, addressed her, saying, I do hear, wicked wretch, renounce that hand of thine which I had held with mantras before the sacrificial fire, and I do also renounce along with the only-begotten thy son Bharata. O exalted one, the night has departed, and as soon as the sun rises, the superiors will surely urge me for installing Rama with the provisions that have been procured for the purpose. But if, O thou of auspicious ways, hinderest the installation of Rama, Rama will perform my funeral obsequies when I am dead, and not thou accompanied by thy son shalt perform the same. That countenance of Rama which I have once seen expanded in delight, I shall never be able to behold bereft of joy and cheerfulness, and down, with melancholy clouding it. As the high-souled ruler of earth was speaking thus unto her, the night engarlanded with the moon and stars was succeeded by the morning. Then Kakeyi of vile ways versed in speech, rendered senseless by wrath, again addressed the monarch in harsh language, saying, What words, O king, dost thou say, comparable unto poison or painful indispositions? It behoveth thee to summon hither thy son, the energetic Rama. Having established my son in the kingdom, and rendered Rama a ranger of the woods, and made myself rid of rivals, I shall attain my end. Thus urged by Kakeyi, the king, like unto an excellent steed stung by a sharp goad, again spoke unto her, I have been bound fast by the ties of virtue, therefore have I lost my senses. I now only wish to behold my beloved eldest son, the righteous Rama. Then when the night had gone by and day broke and the sun arose, and when the sacred astral hour had arrived, Vasishtha, endowed with many virtues, surrounded by his disciples and furnished with the provisions, entered that foremost of cities, whose streets had been swept and watered, and which had been decorated with streamers, and which was filled with people rejoicing, and whose stalls overflowed with articles, and which resounded with the noise of festivity, and which was populous with folks eager for the installation of Raghava, and which was everywhere scented with sandal and dupa and aguru. Having entered the city, like unto the metropolis of Purandara himself, he saw the graceful inner apartment decked with innumerable standards, and which was thronged with citizens and the inhabitants of the provinces, and graced with brahmanas cognizant of sacrifices, and crowded with highly worshipful assistants at sacrifice, entered the inner apartment and passed by that press. Vasishtha, exceedingly delighted, surrounded by great saints, saw at the gate of the charioteer of that great one, who at the same time was his counselor of gracious looks. Therefore the highly energetic Vasishtha said unto the skillful son of the charioteer, Do thou speedily acquaint the mighty monarch that I have come. Here are golden vessels filled with water from the Ganga and the ocean, and for the installation, an excellent Udumvara seat, and all kinds of seeds, and scents and various gems, and honey, and curds, and clarified butter, and fried patty, and milk, and sacrificial grass, flowers, and milk, and 8 good-looking maids, and an excellent mad elephant, a cart yoked with 4 horses, and a sword, and an elegant bow, and a carriage containing men, and an umbrella like unto the moon, and 2 white chowries, and a golden vase, and a pale-colored bull tethered with a golden chain and bearing a hump adorned with ornaments, and a mighty lion, the best of his race, furnished with 4 teeth, and a throne, and a tiger skin, and sacrificial fuel, and fire, and all kinds of musical instruments, and courtesans decked out with ornaments, and preceptors and brahmanas, and cows, and various kinds of pure animals and birds have been brought. The foremost citizens and inhabitants of the provinces and the merchants with their retinue, all these and others, with hearts filled with joy and mouth speaking pleasant words, stay with the sovereigns to witness the installation of Rama. Do thou urge expedition upon the mighty monarch, so that this day, under the influence of the Pushya star Rama, may obtain the kingdom. Hearing these words of his, the charioteer's son, possessed of mighty strength, eulogizing that powerful monarch, entered his quarters. And advanced in years, he had before this been granted free access everywhere, so that the warders, loved of the king in seeking his good, could not prevent his entrance. Not knowing the plight that had befallen the king, Sumantra, presenting himself before him, endeavored to gladden the latter with pleasing speech. And having entered the apartment of the king, the charioteer Sumantra, with clasped hands, pleasing the monarch as he proceeded, said, "Do thou please us delightedly and with a glad heart, even as the strong ocean pleases people at the rising of the sun." The charioteer Machalai used to him India at this season, and, encouraged by that eulogy, he conquered the Danavas. Even so do I hymn thee. And even as the Vedas with the Angas and other lore indoctrinate the self-created Lord Brahma, so do I enlighten thee. As the 10 in company with the moon enlightens the fair earth containing creatures, so do I today enlighten thee. Arise, O foremost of monarchs, clad in excellent attire and decked with ornaments, like unto the sun issuing from the Mount Meru. All the articles necessary for the installation of Rama are ready. And the citizens and the inhabitants of the provinces and the merchants stay with clasped hands. And the worshipful Vasishtha stays with the Brahmanas. Do thou, O king, immediately order the installation of Rama. Like unto caddies without their keeper, like unto an army without its commander, like unto a knight without the moon, like unto kines without their bull, is a kingdom without a king. Hearing these words of Sumantra, bland and appropriate, the Lord of Earth was afresh overwhelmed with grief. Then the graceful and virtuous king, waxing disconsolate on account of his son, and with his eyes reddened with the effect of grief, seeing the charioteer, said, "This eulogy of thine pains me the more." Hearing those sorrowful words, and finding the Lord of Earth aggrieved thus, Sumantra with clasped hands went off a little. Seeing the king utterly incapable of speaking anything personally owing to his heavy sorrow, Kakeyi, the best counselor in matters like these, addressed Sumantra with the following words: "Sumantra, being elated with joy on account of Rama's installation, the king has kept up the whole night, and being tired therefore, is overpowered with sleep. Go ye therefore speedily, O charioteer, and bring Rama here, the praiseworthy son of king. This will do you good, do not hesitate in this." "How can I go," replied Sumantra, "without the permission of the king?" Hearing these words of the counselor, the king spoke to him, "Sumantra, bring the beautiful Rama here, I want to see him." Thinking that some good would accrue to Rama, he was pleased at heart, and away he went speedily, delighted at the royal mandate. Being asked again by Kakeyi to hurry on at the time of departure, Sumantra thought within himself, "Evident it is that the queen has become impatient to see Rama's installation, and hence is the hurry, and the king will now take rest." Thinking this, the energetic charioteer, with great delight, intent on seeing Rama, issued out of the city like a lake near the ocean. Having come out of the presence of the king suddenly, he saw the warders, various citizens, and great personages sitting at the gate. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 15. The Brahmana, versed in Veda, the counselors, the commanders of military forces, and the leading merchants, together with the royal priest, all brimming with joy on account of Rama's installation, were waiting at the royal gate all night long. On the appearance of the bright sun, on the approach of the day under the astral influence of Pushya, and on the ascension of Karkata, the presiding star of Rama's birth, they brought all articles necessary for the installation, and as ordered by the best of Brahmanas, namely, gold, earthen jar, for preserving water, well-ornamented excellent seats, chariot with a coverlet of splendid tiger skin, water brought from the sacred confluence of the Ganges and Jamuna, from other holy streams, lakes, wells, ponds, and rivers full of water flowing in the east, over mountains, and from the north to the south, and waters brought from all the oceans, honey, curd, clarified butter, fried paddy, sacrificial grass, milk, flowers, 8 unmarried girls, exquisitely beautiful, a rode elephant, gold and silver jars, adorned with fig leaves and lotuses and filled with holy water, A best yellow chowry for Rama crested with jewels and resembling the bright rays of the moon, a brilliantly ornamented. Beautiful umbrella of yellow color, resembling the disk of the moon, and the most important of all the articles necessary for installation, a well-adorned yellow ox and horse, and all musical instruments, bringing these and all other things necessary for the installation of the descendants of Ikshaku. In accordance with the king's permission, the panegyrists and other persons were assembled there. Not finding the king present there, they began to speak amongst themselves, "Who will intimate the king of our arrival? The SUA is up, and we do not see the king amongst us as yet. All articles necessary for the installation of the intelligent Rama are ready." While they were thus conversing, the charioteer Sumantra, well respected by the king, reached there and spoke unto all those persons and the kings the following words: "With the king's permission, I am going to bring Rama speedily here. Worshipful you are all to the king, and specially to Rama. I shall, with your words, ask the king of his sound sleep, and then of the reasons for his not coming here as yet though up from the bed." Saying thus, Sumantra, versed in legends, arrived at the gate of the royal seraglio. And he entered the palace with its open gates, and having entered the apartment of the Lord of Earth, he went into his sleeping room, and placing himself behind a screen near at hand, addressed the descendant of Raghu thus, pleasing him with blessings fraught with good unto him: "O Kakutstha, may the moon, sun, Shiva, vice Ravana, the god of wealth, Varuna, the god of water, Agni, and Indra grant thee victory. The worshipful night is gone and blessed morn has arrived. Arise, O thou great king, and perform morning ablutions. Brahmanas, commanders, and merchants are assembled at the palace gate, desirous of seeing thee. Do thou therefore arise, O descendant of Raghu." Perceiving from the voice that it was charioteer Sumantra versed in good counsels, who was thus eulogizing, the king rose up from his bed and thus addressed him: "O charioteer, bring Rama here was the order I gave thee. What is it that makes thee neglect my command? I am not asleep. Go and bring up Rama here instantly." Saying this, King Dasaratha dispatched Sumantra again. Hearing the words of the king and bowing him with his head down, he issued out of the king's residence, thinking that some great good was awaiting. And having reached the public roads adorned with flags and pennons, he, filled with an excess of joy, began to wend his way, casting his look around. There on his way he heard the passers-by, all talking about Rama and his installation, as if brimming with joy on that account. Then proceeding a little, Sumantra saw the beautiful palace of Rama towering like the Kailasa hill and resembling the abode of Sakra. It was closed with two big panels at the gateway, of which the trapdoor was flung open, and adorned with hundreds of terraces. On its top were many idols made of gold, and arches crested with pearls and diamonds. Its color was white as the autumnal cloud and bright as the golden cave of Sumeru. It was ornamented with highly brilliant jewels set in the garlands of gold flowers, and strewn with pearls and diamonds, and sprinkled with sandal and aguru, the fragrance of which captivates the mind. Like the summit of the hill Dardura, it was graced with the presence of saracens and peacocks emitting pleasant sounds, and covered with well-made figures of wolves aud pictures of artistic excellence, the splendor of which captivates the mind and the eye as well, bright as the sun and moon, resembling the abode of Kuvera and the capital of the king of the celestials. Filled with breeds of various kinds, and high as the summit of Sumeru, Sumantra saw the palace filled with people coming from different quarters with clasped hands, and adorned with citizens approaching with various presents and eager to see the installation of Rama, and, standing at the gate, being prevented by the warders to enter, resembling a huge cloud, of picturesque situation, spacious, strewn with pearls and diamonds and crowded with servants. That charioteer, in his chariot with its wooden ledge and horses, beautifying the crowded streets and pleasing the citizens, entered the abode of Rama. Thereupon arriving at this abode filled with wealth, and having its beauty greatly intensified with deers and peacocks, moving to and fro, resembling the exquisitely splendid palace of the Lord of the Celestials, that charioteer was extremely enraptured, having the hairs of the body erect. Then that charioteer entering several apartments, well adorned and resembling the Kailasa hill and the abode of the celestials, and passing by many persons, dear unto Rama and abiding in his purpose, entered the apartment of the ladies. And he became exceedingly pleased on hearing pleasant words, meaning well unto the son of the king, from all persons, engaged in some sort of service for the installation. He saw the pleasant abode of Rama, resembling that of Mahendra, and filled with deers and birds, having its top high as the summit of Meru and situated well in splendor, and the gateway filled with millions of citizens with clasped hands, keeping their conveyances outside and coming from various quarters with presents for Rama. He saw there a wild elephant by the name of Satranjaya, or the conqueror of foes, having a huge boli resembling a mountain enveloped in dark clouds, beautiful, capable of bearing the goading hook and intended as Rama's conveyance. He saw well-adorned ministers dear unto the king with horses, chariots, and elephants, and leaving them all on either side, entered unprevented, like unto the marine monster Makara entering the ocean containing many pearls and diamonds, the splendid apartment of the ladies, resembling the clouds that hover over the summit of the hill Himadri, and having a number of beautiful houses comparing with great celestial cars. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 16. Sumantra, well versed in legends, after passing by the gateways crowded with people, reached the solitary apartment of Rama, having youthful warders, carrying darts and bows, wearing earrings, cautious, attentive, and devoted, and saw, seated at the gate, several old men, commanding female warders, mindful of duty, wearing red cloths and excellent ornaments, and having rattans in their hands. They all, seeing Sumantra, ever wishing good unto Rama, approach, rose suddenly up from their seats with due respect. The bumble-minded charioteer then said to them, "Go and speedily communicate unto Rama that Sumantra is waiting at the gate." At this the warders, desirous of doing good unto their master, nearing Rama, speedily communicated these words unto him, who was in the company of his wife. Rama, hearing of the arrival of his father's charioteer, ordered him to enter into the apartment, having his father's pleasure in view. He, on entering, saw Rama resembling Vice Ravana, well adorned and seated on a gold sofa, with a beautiful coverlet on, having his body sprinkled with holy and fragrant sandal of the best kind, red as the blood of a hog, and having by him Sita with a chowry in her hand, like Moon himself in the company of Chitra. Whereupon Sumantra, acquainted with decorum, humbly saluted him, Rama, the conferrer of great boons, and resplendent like the midday sun, and he well honored by the king, seeing the king's son seated on the sleeping sofa with a delighted countenance, spoke these words unto him with clasped hands: "O Rama, great son of Kausalya, thy father and the queen Kaikeyi want to see thee, so it behoveth thee to go there without delay." Being pleased with these words, the mighty hero of great effulgence honored his father's behest and spoke unto Sita thus: Darling, doubt there is none that my father, going to Kaikeyi, is parleying with her regarding my installation." Conceiving the king's intention, that clever lady, of dark eyes and desirous of doing good unto the king, that mother, the daughter of the king of Kakaya, pleased and intent upon king's welfare as well as upon that of mine, is hastening the monarch for my installation. Fortunately for me, the monarch in the company of his queen has dispatched Sumantra, intent upon my welfare. Worthy of the meeting at the inner apartment, the messenger has come, and I doubt not that the monarch shall install me today as the heir apparent of his throne. Therefore I shall speedily go hence and see my father. Do thou remain and enjoy here the company of thy friends. Regarded by her husband, Sita, of dark eyes and intent upon her husband's welfare, followed him to the entrance and said, "May the great monarch bestow upon thee first the heir apparentship, and afterwards the dignity of the paramount power like Brahma granting kingdom unto Vasva. I shall be ministering unto thee, seeing thee initiated, engaged in ceremonies, wearing excellent deerskin for cloth and carrying horns in the hands. May Indra protect thee on the east, may Yama, death, protect thee on the south, and Varuna, god of water, on the west, and Kuvara, god of wealth, on the north." Being greeted with benedictory ceremonies, Rama, bidding farewell to Sita, issued out of his house like unto a lion, living in the den of a mountain. He saw Lakshmana standing at the gate with clasped hands, and met all his friends assembled at the middle apartment. Then that great son of the king, casting a glance upon them all who were present there to see him, and pleasing them with sweet words, ascended, like unto the thousand-eyed Indra, the splendid chariot, made of silver and coated with tiger skin, and bright like the fire itself, making a noise, when going, like the roaring of clouds, defying all obstacles, adorned with jewels and gold, dazzling the eyesight, and bright like the golden peaks of Sumeru. It had 2 excellent horses tied to it like unto 2 young elephants, and was of quick motion, resembling that of Indra's chariot carried by his horses. Ascending the car, Raghava, of great effulgence, went speedily on, making the space resounded like unto the muttering cloud on the sky. He issued out of his abode like the beautiful moon passing through a huge cloud. And Lakshmana, the younger brother of Raghava, standing behind him on the car with a splendid chowri in his hand, began to guard his body. And there was caused a great tumult by the crowd gathering around on the issuing out of Rama. Then followed in his train many hundreds and thousands of beautiful horses and elephants resembling hills in their appearance, and went before him hundreds of heroes, well accoutred, and having their bodies sprinkled with sandal and aguru, and holding swords and arms in their hands, and other persons uttering benedictions. He heard on the way sounds of musical instruments, eulogy of the panegyrists, and lion-like roars of the heroes. Exquisitely beautiful damsels, adorned with various ornaments and dresses, standing by the windows, began to shower flowers upon the head of the foe-destroyer Rama, and those spotless beauties, with a view to please Rama, some standing on the buildings and some on the ground, began to praise him. "O thou, delight of thy mother, surely has Mother Kausalya become exceedingly gratified on seeing thee of successful journey to accept the heir apparentship of the throne." Those ladies thought that Sita, the captivator of Rama's heart, was surely the best of all women, and for certain had she performed some great austerities in her past life, or else she would not have been the companion of Rama, like unto Rohini, the companion of Moon. That best among men heard these pleasant words from those ladies standing on the buildings and on highways. Raghava then heard the people coming from different quarters, and the well-pleased citizens, talking amongst themselves regarding him in the following strain. "This Raghava going shall obtain through the grace of the king great wealth, and all our desires will be gratified when he will become our governor. It is a great gain to the subjects that he is going to get forever the entire empire at once. He being the lord of the people, no body shall witness any misfortune or unpleasant thing." Like unto Ravana he began to proceed, being dignified by the horses and elephants going before, sending forth great sound, and eulogized in various meters by persons singing his glory, by the panegyrists, and by men tracing his noble ancestry. He saw the courtyard thronged with young and old elephants, horses, chariots, and the highways crowded all over with people, many pearls, and various merchandises. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 17. Rama, having his friends delighted, ascending the car, and viewing the city adorned with pennons and flags and incensed with dupa and aguru, entered the highway, crowded with people and containing houses colored as the pale white clouds, and the place between the 2 rows whereof scented with dupa and aguru. It was a splendidly spacious road decorated with a collection of sandal, aguru, and other fine scents, with silk and red cloth, with pearls holed and other valuable crystals, and strewn with various flowers, and filled with edibles multiform. Like unto the Lord of Celestials in heaven he saw this highway, and the courtyard covered with curd, clarified butter, fried patty, dupa, aguru, and sandal, and embellished with garlands and other scents. Having heard benedictions uttered by many in the following strain, and paying proper respects unto all, he wended his way. Being installed this day, do thou following in the footsteps of thy father and grandfathers cherish and protect us. Thou taking the reins of government, we shall live more happily than what we were under your ancestors. Seek not we earthly comforts or the highest things in the life to come, if we can only see Rama installed in the kingdom issuing out from his father's abode. There is nothing more pleasant to us than the installation of the highly energetic Rama on the throne. Rama, hearing these and other auspicious words from his friends eulogizing his own self, went on his way without being moved. Raghava passed away, but not a single person could withdraw his eyes and mind from that best of men. In fact, he who did not see Rama, and whom Rama did not see, was looked down by all. And he considered himself contemptible. That righteous one showed mercy unto all, old and young, of the four castes, and hence, that he were all obedient to him. He proceeded, leaving on his left side the junctions of four roads, the paths leading to temples, the religious fig trees and altars, and reached after all the family dwelling of the king, with its palatial tops piercing the sky, looking beautiful, resembling mass of clouds, white as the celestial cars and high as the hill Kailasa, and with sporting houses adorned with pearls. And the son of the monarch, shining in beauty, entered into the palace of his father, the best on earth, resembling the abode of Mahendra. Dasaratha's son, the best of men, crossed in his chariot 3 apartments guarded by warriors with bows in their hands, and other 2 on foot, and in this way passing by all, and ordering his followers to go back, entered the inner apartment. That son of the king entering into the presence of his father, all were extremely gladdened and were eagerly expecting his return, like unto the Lord of Water expecting the appearance of the moon. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 18. Rama saw his father, seated on a beautiful sofa with Kaikeyi, looking sorry and poorly and with his countenance dried up. And humbly bowing down at the feet of his father first, he saluted Kaikeyi with due solemnity. Uttering the word Rama only, the poor king, with his eyes full of tears, could not eye him, nor could he speak to him. Seeing this unforeseen and terrible appearance of the king, like unto a serpent trampled under foot, Rama was exceedingly terrified. He was dejected and pulled down much with sorrow and penitence. He was sighing hot and hard, and his heart was greatly pained. His heart was troubled like the wavy ocean, agitating though incapable of agitation, and clouded like the sun possessed by Rahu, and that of an ascetic speaking falsehood. Thinking of this unthought of sorrow of the king, he became agitated like unto the ocean during the course of the full moon. And clever Rama, intent on his father's welfare, thought within himself, why does not the king display joy on my arrival today? Angry though he used to express joy whenever he saw me, then why does his sorrow prevail even seeing me today? Being pressed with sorrow, Rama of pale countenance, like one miserable, saluting Kaikeyi, spoke unto her the following words. Is it not that I committed some offense through ignorance that I see my father angry? Do thou propitiate him therefore. Why is his mind so aggrieved who was so kind to me, and why does he look poorly and of pale countenance who used to welcome me always with kind words? Is he subject to any physical or mental disturbance? Oh, happiness uninterrupted is very dear. Has any evil befallen the good-looking Bharata or high-souled Satrugana? Is it not all well with my mothers? Dissatisfying the king, disregarding his words, and offending him, I do not want to breathe for a single moment. How can a man disregard him who has God himself seen and felt, and who is looked upon as a cause from whom he has sprung? O mother, hast thou spoken any harsh word to my father either through anger or through haughtiness for which his mind is thus pulled down? O worshipful one, tell me all this, who am exceedingly anxious to get at the real truth. Why has this unforeseen sorrow overtaken the heart of the Lord of men? Being thus addressed by the high-souled Raghava, that exceedingly shameless Kaikeyi spoke unto him the following impudent words, fraught with her self-interest. O Rama, the monarch is not angry nor has any danger befallen him. He has got something in his mind which he cannot speak out through thy fear. Thou art his most beloved son, and word does not proceed from his mouth to speak thee things unpleasant. But it behoveth thee to carry out what the monarch has promised unto me. Formerly regarding me very highly, he conferred on me 2 boons, and he now repents for that like a common person. Promising I give thee the Lord of earth granted me these boons, and vain he wishes to set up a dike when all the water has passed away. O Rama, it is known to thee that truth is the root of all religion, and may he not renounce that for thee, being angry with me. If do thou carry out all that the king will speak to thee, good or evil, then I shall relate unto thee everything. If what I, with the king's permission, speak to thee, does not go useless, I shall speak unto thee all, the king will not speak anything. Hearing these words uttered by Kaikeyi, Rama, pained at heart, spoke unto her in the presence of the king in the following way, O shame to me! May it not please thee, O worshipful lady, to speak such words to me. I can at the king's words jump into the fire. Being ordered by him, who is my father and who is my king especially, I can drink virulent poison and drown into the ocean. Speak thou, O worshipful lady, what is the desire of thy king, and know that I shall carry it out. Rama does not contradict what he has once spoken. Then that wicked Kaikeyi spoke these highly cruel words unto Rama, simple and truthful. Formerly in a great war between the gods and Asuras, thy father, being wounded with shafts, was tended by me, for which he conferred upon me 2 boons. Of these 2 boons I have asked of the king the installation of Bharata, and the departure of Raghava into the Dandaka forest even this very day. O thou, best among men, if do thou wish to keep thy father's vows as well as thine, hear what I say. Thy father is bound unto me by promise, obeying therefore thy father's mandate, do thou repair unto the forest for 9 years and 5. Bharata shall be installed, O Raghava, by all those articles which have been brought by the monarch for thy installation. Forsaking this installation, do thou repair unto Dandaka forest for 7 and 7 years, and wear bark and matted hair. And here in this Kosala let Bharata govern the world, adorned with many pearls and diamonds, with elephants, horses, and chariots. The king, filled with pity and having his face marked with the affliction of sorrow, cannot cast a glance upon thee. O thou descendant of Raghu, do thou carry out these words of the Lord of men and save him by redeeming these great vows of his. Hearing these cruel words of her, Rama was not grieved, but the generous king, afflicted with the thought of the approaching separation with his son, was greatly pained. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 19. Hearing these unpleasant words like unto death, Rama, the destroyer of foes, was not pained, and spoke thus unto Kaikeyi. Be it what thou sayest, carrying out the promise of the king, I shall repair unto the forest from this place wearing bark and matted hair. Now I want to know only why that Lord of the earth, invincible and the conqueror of foes, does not receive me in the same way as he used to do on previous occasions. Be not angry, O worshipful one, I speak before thee, be thou propitiated well, and I shall go to the forest wearing bark and matted hair. What is there that I cannot perform? considering it good without suspicion, if I am ordered so by my well-wisher, spiritual leader, father and king, who acknowledges thy service, rendered in time of danger. But this one sorrow burns my heart, why king did not tell me personally of the installation of Bharata? What of the command of the king, my father? I shall even at thy mandate joyfully make over unto Bharata my kingdom, Sita, wealth, and even my life, thereby satisfying thee, fulfilling my promise. Do thou now console the bashful king. Why has he, with his eyes steadily fixed on the ground, been shedding tears slowly? Let messengers, with fast-going steeds, go today at the command of the king to fetch Bharata from his maternal uncle's house. And I shall, not even judging the propriety of my father's words, speedily repair unto the forest of Dandaka for 14 years. Hearing those words of Rama, Kaikeyi was pleased, and being certain about his departure, hurried on Raghava. Let it be that messengers with fast-going steeds shall go to bring Bharata from his maternal uncle's residence. I do not think it proper for thee, O Rama, to delay. When thou art so anxious, it behoves thee therefore to depart from this place speedily unto the forest. The king, being abashed, does not himself address thee. There is nothing else than this. Do thou, O best of men, dispel this wretchedness of his. As long as thou shalt not hurriedly depart forth his presence, O Rama, thy father shall not bathe or eat anything. O fie! What affliction! Sobbing hard with these words, the monarch, filled with sorrow, swooned away and fell down upon the sofa, embellished with gold. Raising the king up, Rama, being directed by Kaikeyi, began to hurry on his departure to the forest, like unto a steed struck sharp with a whip. Hearing those cruel and unpleasant words of the wicked Kaikeyi, Rama, not being distressed, began to address her with the following words. O worshipful one, being addicted to wealth, do I not long for living in this world, like unto rishis, know me, to be well established in pure religion. If I can, even at the sacrifice of my own life, satisfy my worshipful father, rest assured it is to be done first in all manner. There is no virtue greater than the serving of the Father and carrying out his words. Even though not commanded by him, I shall, for thy words, live in a solitary forest for 14 years. O Kaikeyi, certain it is that thou art not acquainted with my foremost virtues, inasmuch as possessing full authority to rule me, thou hast requested the monarch for this. Excuse me until I ask my mother, and comfort Sita. Even this very day shall I wend my way unto the great forest of Dandaka. It behoves thee to do that by which Bharata may govern the kingdom and tend our father, for this is the virtue eternal. Hearing these words of Rama, his father, greatly afflicted and incapable of speaking anything on account of sorrow, began to cry aloud. Worshipping the feet of the king lying insensible, and those of vicious Kaikeyi, that greatly effulgent one went out. And reverentially going round his father and Kaikeyi, and issuing out of the female apartment, Rama saw his own friends and relatives. Then followed him Lakshmana, the enhancer of Sumitra's joy, greatly angry and with his eyes full of tears. Going round with reverence the house of installation full of necessary articles, not turning away from it his wistful look, Rama began to proceed slowly. Loss of kingdom could not diminish the great beauty of that beloved of the people on account of its everlasting pleasantness, like unto the wane of the moon. There was manifest in him no change of mind, who was about to fly as an exile to the forest and leave the world, like unto one emancipated while yet living. Leaving aside the excellent umbrella and well-adorned chowries, forsaking his relatives, chariot, citizens, and other people, calmly bearing the affliction in mind and not manifesting the outward signs of sorrow, Rama, with a view to communicate this unpleasant news to his mother, entered her abode. All persons who were present there and who adorned themselves on account of the installation did not perceive any sign of mental agony on the face of Rama. like unto the rays of the fully brilliant autumnal moon, that hero of mighty arms, having control over himself, did not forsake his native cheerfulness. The pious Rama, having high fame, entered into the presence of his mother, manifesting great regards for the people with sweet speech. Then followed him, the son of Sumitra, of mighty prowess, of equal accomplishments with his brother, and bearing the mental sorrow. Rama, entering the abode of his mother, saw it filled with all sorts of amusements, and even though his mind was not agitated with any mental disturbance seeing the impending calamity of loss of wealth, he was anxious lest the lives of his dear relatives might be in danger. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 20. There arose a great uproar of cry in the apartment of the females, when that best of men went out with clasped hands. That Rama, who used to serve all the females in all matters even without his father's permission, who was our stay and protector, is going to the forest. Raghava from his birth pays as much attention to us as to his mother Kausalya. He, who being cursed, does not get angry, pacifies the wrathful and studiously avoids words and deeds that excite anger in others, will repair hence this day unto the forest. Senseless is our king, who forsakes Raghava, who is the stay of all people, and thus kills his subjects. Thus the queens of Dasaratha, like unto the cows that have lost their young ones, began to blame him and cry aloud. Hearing this terrible uproar of cry in the female apartment, that lord of earth, racked with sorrow on account of his son, hid himself in the seat, with head hanging downwards. Rama too, having control over his own self, experiencing sorrow for his relatives, and sobbing like an enchained elephant, entered into his mother's apartment together with his brother. He saw a venerable old man sitting at the gate and many other persons. All those present, seeing Rama, began to shower benedictions on him, the best of all victorious heroes, saying, "Victory unto thee." Having passed through the first apartment, he saw in the second many old Brahmins, versed in the Vedas and honored by the king. Having bowed down unto them, Rama saw in the third apartment women, boys, and old men, all engaged in watching the gate. The female warders honored Rama rejoicing, and entering his mother's apartment, communicated unto her speedily this pleasant news. Worshipful Kausalya, seeking her son's welfare, kept up the whole night being absorbed in meditation, and was, in the morning, worshipping the god Vishnu. Wearing silk cloth, pleased, and accustomed to the performance of religious rites every day, she, performing benedictory ceremonies, was offering oblation unto the fire. Rama, entering the auspicious abode of his mother, beheld her thus engaged in the sacrifice to the fire. The descendant of Raghu saw there, brought for the service of the celestials, curd, grains, clarified butter, sweetmeats, things fit for oblations unto the fire, fried paddy, white garlands, rice boiled in milk and sugar, rice sesamum and pea mixtures, sacrificial fuels, and jars full of water. He saw his virtuous mother wearing white silk, pulled down by the austere performance of religious rites, and engaged in propitiating the deities with the offering of water. She, seeing her son, ever advancing the joy of his mother, approach, became pleased, and stepped forward like unto a mare beholding her young one. Seeing his mother approach, Raghava bowed low, and Kausalya, embracing him in her arms, smelt his head. Kausalya, out of motherly affection, spoke these sweet and beneficent words unto her own invincible son, Raghava. Mayst thou obtain the life and fame of the pious, old Rajarshis, and the virtue worthy of thy family. See, O Raghava, how truthful is your father the king. That virtuous-souled one shall install thee this day as the heir apparent of the throne. Raghava, humble by nature, who was offered by his mother a seat and asked by her to eat something, stretching forth a little his clasped hands, and with his head downwards with a view to show respects towards his mother, touched the seat, and began to relate unto her the object of his repairing unto the Dandaka forest. O worshipful one, certain it is that thou knowest not the great impending calamity. It is for the distress of thine, Lakshmana and Hanuman, that shall I wend my way unto the Dandaka forest. What is the use of a seat to me then? Now is the time come when I deserve a seat made of kusa grass. I shall live in the forest for 14 years, abstaining from animal food and living on tuberous roots and fruits like unto the ascetics. The king shall confer upon Bharata the heir apparentship and shall banish me as an ascetic into the forest. And I shall live in that solitary forest for 8 and 6 years, feasting on roots and fruits and performing the duties of a hermit. Like unto the stem of a sala tree cut asunder by an axe in a wood, like unto a female celestial fallen down from the abode of the gods, she fell down suddenly, hearing these heart-rending words. Rama, seeing his mother, who deserved no distress, fall down like a plantain tree and insensible, raised her up, and finding her covered with dust all over her body like unto a mare risen up after rolling on the ground on account of toil of bearing heavy burden, wiped off her body gently with his hand. She, deserving happiness, being racked with the destruction of her delight, spoke thus unto Raghava, that best of men, in the presence of Lakshmana. O my son, O Raghava, hadst thou not been born for my grief, I would have been sonless only, but would not have been subject to this greater grief. A sonless woman has only one cause of mental affliction. Her only sorrow is, I have no child and nothing else, my son. I have not experienced in my life that blessing and pleasure which women generally feel when their husbands are devoted to them. I have sustained my life so long, O Rama, only with the hope that I shall witness this and other happiness when I shall have a son. Myself, being the eldest of all the queens, shall have to hear unpleasant and heart-rending words from the co-wives who are all younger than I. There can be no greater misery for women than this my boundless grief and lamentations. Thou being present, they have reduced me to this miserable plight. I do not know what else they will do. Thou being away, there is death certain for me, O my darling. Being disregarded by my husband, I have been greatly insulted. I am equal to the maidservants of Kaikeyi, or even inferior to them. Those who serve me or are obedient unto me shall not even speak with me when they will see the son of Kaikeyi installed. She is always of fretful temper. How shall I, reduced to misery, on account of thy exile, I the face of Kaikeyi, uttering harsh words? I have spent, O Raghava, 10 years and 7 from thy second birth, expecting a termination of my sorrow. Even though worn out, O Raghava, I shall not be able to suffer this great misery consequent upon thy unending exile and the contempt of the co-wives. How shall I, of miserable life, pass my days in grief, not seeing thy face, effulgent like unto the full moon? Wretched as I am, in vain have I brought thee up with fasts, contemplations, and many other toilsome austerities. Surely, I consider my heart is very hard, as it does not rend like unto the bank of a great river in contact with new water in the rainy season. There is no death for me, no vacant place in the abode of Yama. Otherwise, why does not death take me away like unto a lion snatching away a weeping hind? Certain it is that my heart is made of iron, as it does not rend, nor does my body, being pressed down with this sorrow and falling down on earth, break into pieces. Verily have I no death before time. This distresses me, that all my religious vows, almsgivings, self-restraint, and austerity, performed with a view of obtaining a son, have been fruitless, like unto the seeds thrown on a barren soil. If any body in this life, being pressed down with some great calamity, could meet with death of his own accord, I would have instantly gone to the abode of Del, being cut off from thee like unto a cow from her young one. O, thou, having a countenance of moon-like splendor, wretched indeed is my life without thee. I shall follow thee to the forest out of great affection, like unto an enfeebled cow following her young one. Kausalya, like a canary unable to bear this great calamity, anticipating some great misfortune and seeing Rama bound, with a great vow, began to lament in various ways. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 21. At this time Lakshmana, sorely distressed, addressed the weeping Kausalya, the mother of Rama, with the following words suitable to that occasion. I like it not, O worshipful one, that Raghava should repair unto the forest, renouncing this grandeur of sovereignty. The king is uxorious, old, and therefore of perverted judgment, and is addicted to worldly affairs. Being under the influence of his wife and passion, what could he not speak? I do not see any such fault or sin in Rama that he should be banished from the kingdom to range in the wood. I do not find any such man in this world, even amongst great enemies, who, forsaken for heinous sins, can cite, even in his absence, any fault of him. Observing what law of righteousness does the monarch, without any cause, renounce such a son who is like unto celestials, simple, well-disciplined, and beloved even of the enemies? What son, remembering his father's conduct, shall carry in his heart these words of the king, who has again gone back to childhood? Ere people come to know this proposal of exile, do thou secure the government of the kingdom unto thyself with me. Who can disturb the installation, O Raghava, myself protecting thee by thy side with my bows, like unto death himself? If anybody stands here as an enemy, surely shall I, O best of men, depopulate the whole city of Ayodhya with sharp arrows. I shall immolate all who shall stand by Bharata or wish him well. Certainly mildness brings about discomfiture. If father, being propitiated and excited by Kaikeyi, turns out to be our enemy, he shall be slain, without any hesitation. Even a spiritual leader deserves chastisement if he is puffed up with pride, and is devoid of the power of judging good actions and bad, and when he is gone astray. Tell me, O best of men, by what law of virtue and what reason does he purpose to confer this kingdom upon Kaikeyi, which has devolved upon thee by the law of inheritance? Who dares conferring on Bharata the kingdom, carrying hostility with me and thee? O worshipful one, verily am I attached at heart to my brother. By truth, bow, gifts, and things dear unto me, do I swear unto thee, if Rama shall enter into the wood, know me, O worshipful one, to have entered into the fire before that, like unto the sun dispelling darkness, shall I remove thy sorrow by dint of my power. May your worshipful self and Raghava witness it. Readily shall I dispatch my father, whose heart is unduly attached unto Kaikeyi, and who is therefore vile, and being old contemptibly playing the child. Hearing these words of the high-souled Lakshmana, Kausalya, weeping and being pressed with sorrow, spoke these words unto Rama. You have heard, O my son, what your brother Lakshmana said, and if you like, do what seems reasonable unto thee. It does not behove thee, hearing the sinful words given vent to by the co-wife, to repair hence, leaving me who is sore distressed with sorrow. O thou pious one, having knowledge of religion, if do thou wish to acquire righteousness, serve me here and continue practicing the best of all virtues. Here, O my son, the great ascetic Kasyapa lived in his house, serving his mother continually, and being crowned with best moral merit reached heaven. As the monarch is worshipful unto thee in veneration, so am I. I do not permit thee to repair hence unto the forest. Separated from thee I do not need life or happiness, with thee I would prefer faring on grass. If do thou depart unto the forest leaving me troubled with sorrow, I shall resort to the vow of fasting and shall not be able to sustain my life. And then thou shalt receive the penalty of hell, well known to the people, as did the ocean, the lord of rivers, for like unrighteousness suffer the agony of Brahminicide. Whereupon unto his mother Kausalya, sorrowful and weeping, spoke Rama, virtuous-souled, these words of righteousness. There is no power in me to transgress my father's behests. Bend low I my head unto thee, I want to proceed to the forest. The learned Rishi Kandu, who lived in the forest keeping the word of his father, killed a cow, knowing it to be unrighteousness. In our line, the descendants of Sagara, at the command of their father, met with signal destruction while digging the earth. Rama, the son of Jamadagni, at his father's words, decapitated his mother in the forest. These and other godlike personages, O worshipful one, obeyed heroically the orders of their father, and I shall do my father's welfare therefore. It is not I alone who am carrying out my father's commands. Those whom I have mentioned now, O worshipful one, have done so. I am not introducing some such righteousness, unfavorable unto thee, that has been never practiced before. I am simply treading the path that has been upheld and followed by worthies gone before. Surely shall I accomplish that which is worthy of being performed in this world and nothing else. One going by his father's behests is not certainly degraded. Saying these words unto his mother, that best of men versed in speech and best of archers, again spoke unto Lakshmana all these words. I know full well, O Lakshmana, thy affection towards me and thy power, strength, and unconquerable force. Not knowing my set conviction in regard to truth and peace, my mother, O beautiful Lakshmana, is so disturbed with incomparable sorrow. Righteousness is the prime object in this world, and in righteousness is established truth, and this excellent utterance of my father is in keeping with righteousness. It does not become them, O hero, who abide in righteousness to fail to carry out the commands of father, mother, or a Brahmin. While I have been, O warrior, ordered by Kakeyi at my father's words, I shall not be able to transgress those behests again. Do thou relinquish therefore this unrighteous purpose of thine consequent to the virtues of the Kshatriyas, do thou abide by righteousness but not cruelty, and follow my decision. Saying these words unto Lakshmana out of fraternal affection, spoke again Rama to Kausalya with clasped hands and with his head bending low. I do bind thee with an oath of my life, O venerable one, to allow me to wander away hence into the wood. Do thou perform benedictory ceremonies for my welfare. Like unto the royal Saint Yayati in the days of your once falling on earth, going again to the abode of celestials, I shall, fulfilling my vows, again return home from the forest. Do thou, O mother, assuage thy grief within thy heart, lament not thou, I shall return home again from the wood after making good my father's words. Myself, Lakshmana, Vaidehi, Sumitra, and thyself shall abide by father's words, and this is the virtue eternal. Desisting from the ceremonies of installation and allaying thy sorrow in thy heart, do thou, O my mother, follow my pious decision about retiring to the forest. Hearing those pious, sober, and reasonable words of Rama, the venerable mother, regaining her sense like unto the dead, and casting her look upon him, spoke to him again the following words. I am equally worshipful unto thee, O my son, with your father, for like him have I brought thee up with pains, and like him do I love thee. I shall not allow thee to repair unto the forest, and it does not behove thee to go leaving me behind sore distressed with grief. Without thee, of what avail to me is my life, my relatives, the worship of the Manes and the deities, and the knowledge of divine truth on this earth? Prefer do I thy company even for a moment to the presence of all creation. Hearing these sorrowful words of his mother, Rama was again inflamed with ire, like unto an elephant goaded with a firebrand, when entering into darkness. He, abiding in righteousness, spoke such pious words unto his mother, almost insensible, and unto the son of Sumitra, bewailing and racked with sorrow, as he was justified to utter on that occasion. I know, O Lakshmana, thy deep respects unto me and thy power. It is not proper for thee to pain me along with my mother, not being cognizant of my intention. Righteousness, wealth, and the objects of desire are looked upon with great esteem in this world of the created, but when the occasion for obtaining the result consequent upon the virtuous deeds of a prior life appears, all these three, I have no doubt, are fulfilled in righteousness, as the wife alone, obedient, charming, and having a son, fulfills them all. It is not becoming for us to perform all those things where these three do not combine, whence results righteousness, that we should resort to. A man seeking wealth becomes despicable, and one subject to desires is not admired by any, when bereft of righteousness. Who of us, having no tendency to wickedness, shall not obey the command of our Father, knowing it to be righteousness, who is old, our monarch and preceptor in military training, be it an outcome of his desires, anger, or joy? For this it is that I am unable to act against my Father's vow. He is our Father, and therefore can command us both like a master, and he is the husband of this venerable one, therefore her stay and righteousness itself. The righteous monarch is still living and continues in his own path when ready to redeem his vow even by renouncing me. How can this worshipful one accompany me like other insignificant widows? Do thou permit me, therefore, to repair unto the forest and perform benedictory ceremonies for me, so that I may again return home like unto Yajati, regaining heaven by truth. I cannot neglect eminent fame, being impelled by avarice for kingdom alone. Life is but of short duration, O worshipful one, and as such I do not long for acquiring this nether earth by means unrighteous. Rama, that foremost of men, with a view to range into the forest Dandaka, after patiently propitiating his mother and instructing fully his younger brother the mysteries of righteousness, went round his mother with reverence and made up his mind to repair unto the forest. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 22. Hereafter, holding the equanimity of mind with patience, self-possessed Rama spoke thus unto the son of Sumitra, his dear brother and friend, who was greatly sorry, had lost his patience, and was pressed down with this misfortune of Rama, and had his eyes inflated with anger like unto an infuriated elephant, subduing this anger and sorrow, taking recourse to patience only, brooking the insult and resorting to joy. Do thou set aside all those things that have been collected here for my installation, and make preparations speedily for my repairing to the forest. O son of Sumitra, do thou take that amount of trouble for preventing now the collection of materials for installation, as didst thou take beforehand for collecting them. Do thou act therefore in such a way as will remove the apprehension from the mind of our mother, Kaikeyi, who is troubled at heart so greatly on hearing of my installation. O son of Sumitra, I cannot neglect for a moment the trouble which has arisen in her mind on account of this fear. I do not remember to have done on any occasion willfully or unwillfully anything that is displeasing unto my father or mothers. My father is of truthful words and vows, and he has been greatly terrified by the fear of the next world. May his fear disappear now. If this work of installation be not stopped, my father shall be greatly pained at heart, thinking that his vows shall not be fulfilled, and his sorrow will also ache me. And it is for this reason, O Lakshmana, that I purpose speedily to retire from this city to the forest, renouncing the preparations for my installation. On my wandering away into the forest today, the daughter of Kakaya shall have her ends attained and shall install Bharata on the throne without any disturbance whatsoever. Myself going to the forest, wearing bark, tiger skin, and matted hair, Kaikeyi shall attain the happiness of her mind. That great one, who has inspired Kaikeyi with this mode of mind and has kept it firm, I cannot offend. I shall repair hence without any delay. Do thou regard, O Lakshmana, destiny as the only cause of this transfer of the kingdom, although attained, and of my banishment. Had not destiny been instrumental in bringing about this determination in Kaikeyi, she would not have been so much persevering in the infliction of misery upon me. Knowest thou, O gentle Lakshmana, that I have never made any distinction in my mind between my mothers, nor did Kaikeyi make any such thing before between me and her son. Consequently, it is destiny only that has made her press for the prevention of my installation and for my exile with harsh and cruel words, or else why should she, a daughter of a king and possessed of an excellent temper and high accomplishments, speak painful words unto me in the presence of her husband like unto an ordinary woman? That which is above comprehension is destiny, and it is beyond the power of creatures to avert its consequences, and evidently it is through this destiny that have sprung up this distemper of Kaikeyi and my loss of kingdom. What man dares withstand, O son of Sumitra, this terrible destiny hidden from our view until known by the consequences of action? Destiny is the prime source of those inconceivable causes which occur with reference to happiness, misery, fear, and anger, profit and loss, birth and deliverance. Seers of great austerity, being influenced by this destiny, succumb to the attack of anger and desire, renouncing all their hard disciplines. The hindrance in this world to the completion of works taken in hand, and the origination of an unthought of event in its stead, is nothing but the action of this destiny. The mind brought under discipline by this true rationale, there remains no cause of sorrow regarding my installation being put a stop to. Do thou therefore assuage thy grief and follow me, and intercept speedily the collection of materials for my installation. The bathing ceremony, necessary before taking the vows of asceticism, shall be performed, O Lakshmana, with all these jars full of water brought for my installation. Or what necessity have I with all these articles of installation? Water drawn from the well by myself shall do for entering into the vow of exile. Do not grieve, O Lakshmana, for the loss of this kingdom. Of kingdom and exile into the forest, exile is fraught with glorious results. Knowest thou now the mighty power of destiny, and do not blame therefore my younger mother and my father laboring under the influence of destiny. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 23. Being addressed by Rama thus, Lakshmana, the mighty hero, hanging down his head with half reluctance, pondered for some time, and, placed midway between joy and grief, with frown drawn in between his brows, began to sob hot and hard, like unto an angry serpent in a cave belonging to another. No body could eye his face, having terrible frowns, which looked like that of an angry lion. Moving the extremities of his hands like unto the trunk of an elephant, variously altering the altitude of the neck above his frame, glancing a look awry, thus spoke he unto his brother. To avoid the transgression of righteousness, and the degradation of the people, consequent upon a bad example, thou art eager to repair unto the forest. This thy eagerness is certainly misplaced. Wast not thou under error? How could one like thyself, being heroic among the Kshatriyas, and capable of overcoming destiny, speak in such a strain as behoves one that is impotent? Why dost thou extol destiny which is powerless and weak? For what reason dost thou not apprehend unrighteousness, and those two, Dasaratha and Kaikeyi, addicted to vice? Dost thou not understand that there are many people who feign piety outwardly to deceive the simple? With a desire to renounce thee by fraud, they simulate piety which is but selfishness. Had they not purposed thus, O Raghava, things would not have taken such a turn. If this story of the vows be true, then why had it not been declared before? Surely has the monarch engaged in an action hateful to the people, namely the installation of a younger brother neglecting thee, the eldest one. Pray, pardon me, O great hero, I cannot brook all this. Even that so-called virtue do I loathe, which has, O high-souled one, fascinated thee, and made thy mind run from one extreme to another. Why shalt thou, being capable of work, conform these impious and cursed words of thy father, who is sadly under the influence of Kaikeyi? Here lies my sorrow that thou dost not admit that this disturbance of the installation has arisen out of the pretext of boon-giving. Thy idea of virtue is indeed an object of censure. People will mark this thy forsaking of the kingdom for redeeming the vows of thy father with opprobrium. Who else, save thee, even thinks of compassing the desires of the monarch and the queen Kakeyi, who are of unrestrained habits, ever intent on our mischief, and are our enemies known by the name of parents? Even if they're throwing obstacles in the way of thy installation thou considerest as the inevitable action of destiny, pray disregard it. That does not please me. He who is tremulous, weak, and powerless follows the track of destiny. They pay no regard to it who are mighty heroes and whose prowess is held in esteem by the people. He who can avert the consequences of destiny by dint of his manliness does not lose heart even in the face of his interest being endangered by it. People shall witness today the power of destiny and manliness. This day shall appear which of them is more powerful. Those who have witnessed before the prevention of thy installation by the evil agency of destiny shall see it defeated, even this very day, by my manliness. Thwart shall I that assailing destiny by my prowess like unto a terrible elephant, freed of its shackles past the restraining power of a goading hook and inflamed with the juice issuing out of its temples. What of the Father? Not even all the protectors of the regions, nor the entire population of the three worlds shall be able to present any obstacle in the way of Rama's installation. Those who have, with one voice, O King, settled about thy exile unto the forest, shall be banished today for 14 years. Burn shall I down that hope of my father and Kakeyi that they want to place Bharata on the throne by hindering thy installation. Influence of destiny shall not bring my opponents that amount of happiness as the misery inflicted on them by my terrible prowess. Thyself retiring unto the forest after governing the people for 1,000 years, thy sons shall resume the administration. Dwelling into the forest is permitted after making over the charge of the subjects unto the hands of the sons, as did the Rajarshis of old. The monarch changing his mind, the kingdom shall be transferred into another's hands. Dost thou, being afraid of this, want to fly as an exile unto the forest? And is it for this, that thou, O virtuous-souled Rama, dost not wish to have kingdom for thee? I do promise unto thee, O great hero, that I shall protect thy kingdom like unto shore protecting the sea, or else I shall not attain to the region of heroes. Do thou perform the rites of installation with things necessary for benediction. Do thou engage in these affairs. Myself alone shall be able by force to thwart the opposition of the kings. These hands of mine are not intended for enhancing the beauty of my body. This bow is not meant for an ornament only. This sword is not for binding woods together with, and these arrows are not for carrying the weight of woods. These four belonging to me are for the use of killing the enemies. Never do I desire that I shall not cut them into pieces with sharp-edged swords, brilliant as the lightning, whom I do consider as my enemies, though they be redoubtable as Indra, the wielder of thunderbolt. Cover thick shall I the field of battle, and make it impassable by cutting asunder the trunks of the elephants, thighs of the horses, and heads of the infantry. Being beheaded by my swords like unto the flaming fire, and besmeared with blood resembling the clouds with lightning, my enemies shall fall down to the ground. Who is there, proud of his own prowess, that shall be able to withstand me when I shall appear at the battlefield with bows and leathern fences of fingers? Killing one with a number of arrows, and sometimes many with a single one, I shall drive shafts into the vital organs of men, horses, and elephants. Today shall I display my skill in arms in destroying the supremacy of the monarch and establishing thine. That hand, which is fit for the smearing of the sandal, for wearing armlets, distributing wealth, and maintaining relations, shall be engaged today, O Rama, in performing its worthy action, the discomfiture of them who want to throw obstacles in the way of thy installation. Pray tell me now, Which of your enemies shall be cut off by me from wealth, life, and relatives? I am thy servant. Do thou give me instruction that the whole earth may be brought under thy subjection. That descendant of Raghu, wiping tears off the eyes of Lakshmana and consoling him repeatedly, spoke unto him, saying, O gentle one, I have thought it to be the best way by all means that I shall abide by my father's orders. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 24. Seeing Rama determined upon carrying out his father's behests, Kausalya, with her voice choked with vapor begot of tears, spoke unto him the following pious words. How shall this virtuous souled one, beloved of people and who has never experienced misfortune before, live on grains gleaned, being born of me to Dasaratha? How shall that Rama live upon fruits and roots, whose servants and attendants fare on well-cooked rice? Who shall believe, or believing who shall not be afraid, that this highly accomplished descendant of Kakustha, favorite of the king, is going to be exiled? Certainly destiny, who crowns or afflicts people with happiness or misery, is the most powerful agency in the world, or why shalt thou, O pleasing Rama, fly as an exile unto the forest? This great and incomparable fire of sorrow issuing from my mind, and flamed by the wind of thy absence, increased by the fuels of lamentation and pain, kindled by hard sobs, obtaining the oblations of tears, vomiting the smoke of vapor begotten of anxious thoughts, the result of counting upon the days of thy return, shall consume me, making greatly lean, when deprived of thy presence, as does the fire burn the dry grass in summer. Like unto a cow following its young one shall I follow thee, O my darling, wherever shalt thou go. Hearing those words of his mother, Rama, that best of men, spoke the following words unto her, who was greatly troubled with sorrow. The monarch has been duped by Kaikeyi, myself resorting to the forest. Surely shall he resign his life, if cast off again by thee. There is nothing more cruel for women than the forsaking of their husbands. It does not behove thee, therefore, to think even of this opprobrious action. Do thou serve this descendant of Kakustha, my father, and the Lord of the earth as long as he lives. Know thou this to be the eternal virtue. Thus addressed by Rama, Kausalya of auspicious looks, being gratified greatly, spoke unto him, the remover of her sorrows. Truly it is. Rama, the foremost amongst religious men, being spoken thus, said to his mother, who was greatly disturbed with sorrow, again in the following strain. Proper it is both for thee and me to carry out father's words. He is thy husband, and my best preceptor, and the Lord and master of all people. With great pleasure shall I abide in thy words after passing these 9 and 5 years in the great forest. Thus addressed, Kausalya, bearing great affection for her son, sorely pained and having her eyes full of tears, spoke unto her beloved son the following words. O Rama, I shall not be able to live amongst these co-wives, if art thou resolved to go to the forest for the discharge of thy father's behest. Do thou take me with thee, O Kakustha. Like unto a wild hind, Rama, suppressing his feeling, spoke unto his mother who was lamenting, thus, saying, Husband is the deity and master of the wife as long as she lives, so the monarch being the Lord can deal with thee and me in any way he likes. That highly intelligent Lord of men living, we should not consider ourselves as without a master. Bharata is also pious and beloved of all people in speech. He, intent on the performance of religious services, shall attend upon thee always. Do thou now take care that on my retiring the monarch does not wear away by the pangs of my separation, that this terrible sorrow may not kill him. Do thou look after the welfare of the old king always. The woman, who serves not her husband being engaged in excellent religious rites and fasts, shall fare wretchedly in the life to come, and a woman gets at the excellent abode of the celestials by serving her husband. Even those who do not worship and bow unto the celestials should serve their husbands alone, being intent upon their welfare. Such is the virtue that should be always pursued by women according to the Vedas and Smrtis. Do thou beguile thy time, O worshipful one, expecting my return, by worshipping the celestials with flowers and oblations unto the fire, and serving well the Brahmins. Engaged in discipline and fasting, and devoted to the services of thy husband, thou shalt attain thy best desire, on my return, if this foremost of pious men lives then. Being thus accosted by Rama, Kausalya, being distressed with the thought of separation from her son, spoke unto him with tears in her eyes the following words: O my darling, it is beyond my power to dissuade thee from thy firm resolution for going to the forest. It is impossible to avoid this hour of separation. Go thou, my son, with an earnest heart, may thou fare well, my anxiety shall be removed on thy return. Attain shall I then great happiness, when thou, O great one, shalt return after satisfying your vows and making thyself freed of debts unto thy father. Incomprehensible is the action of destiny in this world, O my son, as it drives thee away into the forest, O Raghava, neglecting my request. Do thou now repair, O mighty hero, and come back in peace, and console me with soul-soothing, tender words. O my darling, shall that day ever come, when I shall see thee return from the forest, wearing bark and matted hair? With great earnestness, the worshipful one began to Rama, determined to go as an exile unto the forest, and spoke unto him auspicious words, and became desirous of performing benedictory ceremonies. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 25. Kausalya, subduing her sorrow and touching holy water, began to perform auspicious ceremonies for Rama, and spoke unto him, saying, Do thou, O best amongst the descendants of Raghu, repair now, as I cannot dissuade thee, but do thou return speedily, and follow the footsteps of great ones. Let that virtue, O best of Raghvas, protect thee, which thou hast followed with gladness and self-discipline. Let the deities, whom you worship every day in the temple, together with the Maharshis, protect thee in the forest. Let those weapons conferred upon thee by the great Visvamitra protect thee always, gifted with good qualities. Do thou of mighty hands live forever, being protected by the truth and merit of thy continual services to thy father and mothers. May the holy fuel, sacrificial grass, sanctified altars and courtyards, the sacred ground of mendicant Brahmins, mountains, trees great and small, lakes, birds, serpents, and lions protect thee. O best of men, may Sidhya, Bishvadeva, Maryuta, the great ascetics, the sustainer, and the preserver of the creation, Pusa, Bhaga, Aryama, the Lokapalas, headed by Indra and others, the 6 seasons, the months, day, night, moments, shritis, smrtis, and virtue protect thee, O my son, on all sides. May the great deity Skanda, Soma, Vrihaspati, Saptarshi, Narad, Moon, and other ascetics protect thee. May the encircled regions with their lords, being pleased with my eulogy, protect thee, O my son, always in the forest. When shalt thou repair unto the wood, may the mountains, oceans, Varuna, the heaven, sky, earth, air, things movable and immovable, planets and stars with their presiding deities, day, night, and evening protect thee. May the 6 seasons, months, years, and all the divisions of time confer upon the pleasure always, when thou of great intelligence shalt wander away into the forest in the attire of an ascetic. May the deities and demons ever minister unto thy happiness, and may not fear proceed unto thee, O my son, from the terrible Rakshasas and Pisachas intent on committing cruel deeds, and other animals living on flesh. May the apes, scorpions, wild gnats, reptiles, and insects make thee no harm. May not the elephants, tigers, terrible-looking bears, hogs, buffaloes, and other horned animals hurt thee. Being worshipped by me from here, may the ferocious cannibal races of all kind bring thee no injury. May thy course be crowned with auspiciousness and thy powers with success. Do thou, O my son, repair unto the forest, being profusely provided with fruits, roots, and other things. May all the creatures of the sky, all those who breathe on this earth, and all those deities who are hostile unto thee, contribute to thy welfare. May Sukrasoma, son, the Lord of wealth and death, protect thee, O Rama, resorting to the forest of Dandaka. May fire, air, smoke, and the mantras uttered by the rishis protect thee, O descendant of Raghu, at the time of thy bathing. May the Lord of creation, rishis, and all the remaining deities defend thee when dwelling in the forest. That best of women, Kausalya, of great renown and having expansive eyes, after propitiating the celestials with garlands, fragrant odors, and praises, began to offer oblations unto the fire by the help of eminent Brahmins for the welfare of Rama, collecting clarified butter, white garlands, religious fig trees, and white mustard seeds for this purpose. The spiritual preceptor, after offering oblations unto the fire with due rites for his peace and health, presenting what was then left as offerings unto the lords of the 4 cardinal points and others, and giving the Brahmins a dish of curd, ghee, and honey, made them utter benedictory prayers for Rama, who was going unto the forest. Then that renowned mother of Rama, after conferring upon the Brahmins dakshinas in accordance with their desires, accosted Raghava with the following words. May that blessing crown thee, which was attained by the 1,000-eyed Indra, honored of all the deities on the occasion of killing the mighty Asuravetra. May that blessing attend thee, which was invoked in olden times by Vinata, for that king of birds Garuda, praying for nectar. Do thou attain that blessedness, to which a deity prayed, on behalf of the wilder of thunderbolt intent on the discomfiture of the giants at the time of ransacking the ocean for nectar. May that prosperity wait upon thee, O Rama, which crowned the mighty Vishnu, while perambulating with his 3 steps the heaven, earth, and the regions as a dwarf. May the rishis, the great oceans, islands, the 3 worlds, Vedas, the regions, lend their might in the advancement of thy welfare. Saying this, Kausalya, the foremost of all women, having expansive eyes, placed the grains on Rama's head, sprinkled his body with fragrant substances, and tied to his hands, as amulet, twigs of such auspicious plants as Visalyakarani, with due mental repetition of mantras. That excellent one of high renown embracing Rama and smelling his head, with her voice choked, as if all pleased, though placed under the influence of dire distress in reality, uttered mantras and spoke unto him thus. O my son, O Rama, have thy desires attained, and do thou go, wherever thou likest. I shall see thee, O my darling, with great delight, when shalt thou, returning Ayodhya in excellent health and having all thy ends satisfied, resume the administration of thy kingdom. Myself having sorrows removed, and having my face glowing with joy, shall see thee coming from the forest like unto the rising of the full moon. Continually shall I eye thy good self, O my son, sitting on an auspicious seat, and returning from the forest after making good thy father's behests. May thou, returning from the forest and being dressed with royal robes and ornaments, satisfy the desires of my daughter-in-law. Worshipped have I deities headed by Shiva and others, the great ascetics, the genii, and the snakes. May they all and the 4 cardinal points, O Raghava, contribute to thy welfare, who art going unto the forest for a long time. Kausalya, having her eyes full of tears, and performing the benedictory ceremonies with due rites, went round Raghava with solemnity, and seeing him again and again sighed hot and hard. Being gone round by his mother thus, Raghava, of great fame, and resplendent with the splendor of beauty, proceeded towards the abode of Sita, after bowing down unto the feet of his mother repeatedly. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 26. Rama, intent on repairing unto the forest, and treading in pious tracks, after duly saluting Kausalya and beautifying the royal road, crowded with people, captivated their hearts by means of his high accomplishments. Vaidehi, ever engaged in ascetic rites, did not hear of all these affairs. There was in her heart only the thought of Rama's installation. That daughter of the king, after offering her service unto the deities according to the proper royal rites, was eagerly awaiting the approach of Rama with a grateful and pleased heart. Entered Rama this beautiful abode, excellently furnished and filled with people highly delighted, having his head hanging down a little with shame. Sita, seeing her husband, racked with sorrow and troubled in mind with anxiety, rose up trembling from her seat. Seeing her, that virtuous soul Ragva could not bear his internal sorrow, which manifested itself by external signs. Finding him with face pale and perspiring, and incapable of containing grief within, Sita, sore distressed with sorrow, addressed him, saying, O my lord, why do I perceive such a change in thee? Today the constellation Pushya is in conjunction with the moon, and planet Brihaspati is presiding over this conjunction. This day has been declared as the most auspicious one by the learned Brahmins. Then why do thou cherish such a sorrow in thy mind? Why has not thy charming face been placed under the shade of an umbrella, having 100 ribs and white as a watery foam? Why do not the servants fan thee, having eyes like lotus petals, with chowries white as the moon or a goose? I do not see thee, O best of men, eulogized with auspicious songs by the panegyrists, encomiasts, and family bards. Why do not the Brahmins, versed in the Vedas, observing the formal rites, sprinkle on thy head honey and curd, after washing it duly? Why are not thy subjects, citizens, ubbins, and leading members of society dressed and adorned, willing to follow thee? Why does not that excellent sport chariot go before thee, having 4 fast-going steeds, adorned with golden ornaments tied unto it? Why does not that excellent elephant precede thee, O great hero, which is gifted with auspicious marks and resembles a mass of dark clouds and a mighty hill? Why do not the servants run before thee, O mighty hero, with a pretty-looking royal seat embroidered with gold? Why do I perceive thy face so pale as never seen before, and why therein is no mark of gladness, when everything for thy installation has been made ready? Whereupon spoke unto that weeping Sita, the descendant of Raghu, thus, O Sita, O thou born of a great family, versed in the knowledge of religion and intent on the performance of religious rites, my father has banished me unto the forest. Do thou hear, O daughter of Janaka, how has this calamity befallen me? In the days of yore was granted unto my mother, Kaikeyi, 2 boons by my father, King Dasaratha, of truthful vows. When everything was made ready by my father for my installation, Kaikeyi reminded him of his promise and gained over him for his righteousness. I shall live in the forest of Dandaka for 14 years, and Bharata shall be installed by my father as the heir apparent of the throne. And myself bound to fly as an exile unto the wood, come here to see thee, do thou not praise me ever before Bharata. Those who are crowned with prosperity cannot bear another's praise. It therefore behoves thee not to extol my virtues in the presence of Bharata. Thou shouldst not extol me even in the company of thy friends. Thou shalt be then able to live with Bharata as one favorable to his party. The monarch has granted him this lasting heir apparentship. It is therefore proper for thee, O Sita, to please him specially, for he is the king now. Today shall I repair unto the forest for redeeming my father's vows. Do thou, O high-minded one, live here in undisturbed mind. Do thou, O sinless and auspicious one, live here engaged in religious rites and fasts, when I shall wend my way unto the forest inhabited by the great ascetics. Rising from the bed early in the morning, adore the deities every day, and then bow down unto the feet of my father Dasaratha, the Lord of men. My mother Kausalya is old and much pressed down with sorrow. do thou show proper respects unto her, considering it to be a pious deed. Thou shouldst then bow down unto my other mothers, who all minister unto me with equal love and affection. Shouldst thou specially regard Bharata and Satrughna like unto thy sons or brothers, who are dearer unto me than my life itself. Thou shouldst not do, O Vaidehi, any such thing as might be unpleasant unto Bharata, for he is the king of the land as well as of the family. The monarchs are always propitiated by being served with assiduity and good temper. They are offended when anything contrary to it happens. They renounce even their own son, born of their loins, when they find him bringing about their mischief, and admit into their favor persons devoted to their welfare bearing no relationship whatever. It therefore behoves thee, O auspicious one, to live here, abiding by Bharata's commands and being engaged in religious rites and truthful vows. I am going unto the forest, O my darling, and thou shalt live here. O excellent lady, abide by my word as didst thou never formerly falsify it. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 27. Being addressed thus, Vaidehi, beloved and sweet-speeched, spoke unto her husband the following words, offended as it were on account of her great affection. Is it that thou speakest me thus, thinking me, no doubt, mean-minded? I cannot but laugh at thy words, O best of men. What thou hast said is not becoming of a mighty prince versed in military arts, and is really very opprobrious and infamous. What more, it is not proper even to hear them. O dear husband, father, mother, son, brother, daughter-in-law, all of them abide by the consequences of their own actions. It is the wife alone, O best of men, that shares the fate of her husband. It therefore that ever along with thee I have been ordered to live in the forest. Neither father, mother, son, friends, nor her own self is the stay of a woman in this or in after life. It is the husband alone that is her only support. If dost thou repair today unto the forest impregnable, I shall go before thee, O Raghava, treading upon the thorns and prickly grass. Confident do thou take me with thee, O great hero, renouncing jealousy and indignation, like unto water left after drinking. There exists no sin in me that could justify forsaking. Unto woman is preferable under all circumstances the shade of her husband's feet to the tops of a palace, the celestial car or excursion in the airy path. I have been taught by my father and mother to follow my husband in all conditions of life, and I shall carry out now what I have been taught. I shall not abide by any other counsel. I shall wend my way into the forest impassable, devoid of men, inhabited by various deers, tigers, and other voracious animals. Happily shall I live there as if in my paternal house, giving no thought upon the prosperity of the three worlds, thinking only of the services that are to be rendered unto my husband. I shall sport with thee, O great hero, in that forest impregnated with the fragrance of flowers, tending thee constantly, having my senses subdued, and being engaged in austere performances. O great hero, capable art thou to maintain many thousand others in the forest. What of me? Surely shall I go today to the forest with thee, there is no doubt about it, and thou shalt not be able, O great hero, to dissuade me from so doing. Undoubtedly I shall always live upon roots and fruits. Living with thee always, I shall not bring about thy affliction. Always I shall precede thee when walking, and shall take my repast after thou hast taken it. Willing am I to view mountains, rivulets, lakes, and ponds. Being fearless in thy company, O my intelligent husband and great hero, I shall behold on all sides ponds filled with wild geese and ducks and beautified with a collection of full-blown lotuses, and shall bathe there every day, pursuing the same vow with thee. And greatly gratified, I shall, O thou having expansive eyes, amuse there with thee, in this manner, even for 100 or 1,000 years. I shall never experience the reverse of fortune, inasmuch as I do not like to live in the abode of celestials, O Raghava, if I am to dwell there without thee. No, it is not pleasing unto me, O best of men. I shall go there in that dense forest full of deers, monkeys, and elephants, and live there as if under my paternal roof, cleaving unto thy feet and abiding in thy pleasure. Do thou accept my entreaty, whose heart is entirely thine, knows none else, and is ever attached unto thee, and who am resolved to die if forsaken by thee. Thus repairing, I shall be in no way a burden unto thee. That best of men, reluctant to take Sita with him, who had spoken thus, and who was greatly attached to virtue, related unto her about the many miseries consequent upon dwelling in the forest, with a view to prevent her from following him. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 28. That lover of virtue, thinking of the miseries of the forest, resolved not to take Sita with him, who was versed in religious lores, and had spoken thus. And consoling her, whose eyes were stained with tears, that virtuous-souled one spoke unto her the following words, with a view to prevent her from going. O Sita, thou art born of an illustrious family, and ever intent on the performance of religious deeds. Do thou practice virtue here, as it may conduce to the happiness of my mind. O Sita, O thou of the weaker sex, do thou act up to my counsels. There are evils enough in the forest. Do thou learn them from me, who am about to dwell in it. Renounce therefore, O Sita, thy intention of flying as an exile unto the forest, which for its impenetrableness is said to abound in evils. It is for thy welfare that I give utterance to these words. Happiness there is none, it is always covered with miseries. The roarings of the lions living in the caves of mountains, swelling with the sounds of the waterfalls, produce a very painful impression upon the ears, so the wood is full of misery. Animals, all maddened, sporting in solitude, seeing man approach to attack him, so the wood is full of misery. The rivers are full of crocodiles, sharks, and other fearful animals, muddy and impassable, and always infested with infuriated elephants. The wood is full of misery. There the wayfarers are covered with creepers and thorns. They are void of drinking water, and ever resounded with the noise of the wild fowls, so the wood is full of misery. Being exhausted with the toil of the day, the dwellers of the wood have to sleep in night on the bed made of leaves fallen from the trees on the surface of the ground, so the wood is full of misery. With the supply of fruits that have fallen from the trees, man of self-discipline must content himself morning and evening, so the wood, O Sita, is full of misery. One has to fast, O Mithili, according to his might, to wear matted hair and bark, to adore the deities and his ancestors according to due rites, every day to serve the guests that come to him, and observing the rules of asceticism, to bathe every day thrice, namely, in the morning, in the midday, and in the evening, so the wood is full of misery. One has to offer presents of flowers collected by his own self unto the altars, O Sita, according to the rites of the ascetics, so the wood is full of misery. Those that dwell in the forest will have to remain content, having practiced moderation in food, O Mithili, with whatever edibles are attainable in the forest, so the wood is full of misery. There are always violent winds, darkness, hunger, and great fear, so the wood is full of misery. Reptiles, many and of various kinds, creep there on the path, O excellent lady, with haughtiness, so the wood is full of misery. And snakes living in the rivers, and of crooked course like them, always await the wayfarers, hindering the passers-by, so the wood is full of misery. Birds, scorpions, insects, mosquitoes, and wild gnats always disturb the dwellers, O fair one of the weaker sex, so the wood is full of misery. There are trees full of thorns, having their branches moving to and fro, and the kusa and casa grasses with thorny blades constantly undulating, so the wood is full of misery. There are various physical afflictions and divers fears, and great misery consequent upon living in the forest. Anger and desires are to be renounced, the heart is to be set on ascetic austerities, fear in the fearful objects is to be cast off, so the wood is full of misery. Thou shouldst not therefore go unto the forest, it forebodes no good unto thee. Weighing well, have I concluded that the forest abounds in innumerable evils. While the high-souled Rama resolved thus not to take Sita with him unto the forest, she, greatly sorry, did not accept his words and spoke unto him in the following way. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 29. Hearing these words of Rama, Sita, greatly sorry, with tears in her eyes, spoke gently unto him the following words. The evils, thus enumerated by thee of living in the forest, do thou know, appear as so many good qualities unto me, who have been made forward by thy affection. Deer, lions, elephants, tigers, saravas, chamaras, sramaras, and other animals which have not seen thee before, seeing thee, Ragva, will stand off, for they all fear thee. I shall follow thee, taking the permission of the respected ones. Without thee, O Rama, I will renounce my life. If I live by thee, O Ragva, Sakra, the Lord of Celestials, shall not be able with his mighty power to defeat me. A woman, without her husband, cannot live. This truth has been pointed out by thee, O Rama, unto me. Besides, I heard before, thou of great intelligence, and my paternal house from the Brahmanas, that I should live in the forest. I have heard this from the Brahmanas versed in palmistry, and I have all along been anxious, O mighty hero, to go to the forest, shall therefore obtain permission and go, O dearly beloved, unto the forest with thee, nothing can make it otherwise. I shall secure permission and follow thee, the time has arrived, may the Brahmanas be of truthful words. I know, O great hero, that there are many evils incident to living in the forest, but they generally befall those men who have not their senses subdued. I heard, when I was a girl, that an ascetic woman of well-disciplined character came to my mother and apprised her of my future abode in the forest. I had requested thee, O my lord, many times before in this house to take me to the forest with thee for enjoyment, and thou wast pleased to agree. For thy welfare, O Ragva, having received thy permission to follow thee, I like to serve thee, O great hero, while living in the forest. O thou, pure-hearted one, surely shall I become sinless if I follow my husband out of affection, for my husband is my divinity. I have heard this pious report from the Brahmanas of great fame that even in after life thy company is greatly beneficial unto me. She, who has been given away as wife by her father to one, with due rights of gift peculiar to each class, touching holy water, shall be his, even in her afterlife. For what reason then dost thou not wish to take thy wife with thee who is of good character and devoted to her husband? Do thou take me, O Kakusta, who am poor in spirit, devoted to my husband, ever given to thy service, and participating equally in thy joy and sorrow. If thou dost not purpose to take me with thee, surely will I do away with my life by drinking poison, entering into fire, or drowning myself in water. She begged Rama in these and various other means to take her with him, but that mighty hero did not consent to lead her into the lonely forest. Being accosted thus, Mithili was wrapped up in thought and bathed her breast with tears trickling down from her eyes. And Kakusta, having control over his own self, with a view to dissuade her who was angry and engrossed in anxious thoughts, began to console her in divers ways. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 30. Being consoled thus by Rama, Mithili, the daughter of Janaka, tearing separation, lovingly and haughtily laughed at Ragva of spacious breast, and spoke unto him, her husband, the following words with a view to follow him to the forest. What thought of thee, O Rama, my father, the king of Mithila, accepting thee as his son-in-law, who was a man in form but, in deeds, a woman? Henceforth, if people through ignorance say that the sun has not that burning flood of light which in Rama does shine forth, woe is them, it is falsehood. Why art thou so dejected, and whence is thy fear that thou art willing to leave behind thy wife who has none else but thee? Know me to be perfectly under thy influence like unto Savitri, following her husband Sadvavan, the son of Dumatsen. I have not, like one bringing stigma on her line, ever in my life thought of a second person, but of thee whom I must follow into the forest. Dost thou, like unto an ordinary actor, wish to hand me over to others, who am chaste, pure as a virgin, and long held in conjugal affection? O sinless one, do thou become subservient and serviceable to him whose pleasure thou bidst me seek, and for whom thou hast suffered thyself to be impeded in the installation. It does not behove thee to repair unto the forest without taking me along with thee. Be it the austerity of an ascetic, the forest, or heaven, with thee will I be everywhere. No toil shall I suffer on the way, as if lying on a bed of luxury, while following thee in thy footstep. When with thee, the various thorny grasses, the kusa, the kasa, the sera, and the ishika, and the thistles and brambles on the way, shall be unto me in touch like unto linen and deerskin. The dust that will cover me, thrown up by the gush of wind, shall be, O ravisher of my heart, regarded by me as the finest sandal dust. When I shall lie down on the bed of green grass in the forest, it shall appear to me more pleasant than one covered with a colored blanket. Fruits, roots, and leaves which thou wilt bring thyself and give me, be they great or small in quantity, shall be to me like unto the ambrosia juice. I shall never think of my father, mother, or my abode. I shall enjoy fruits and flowers growing in various seasons. Thou shalt not witness anything disagreeable there. For me thou shalt not experience any sorrow, nor shall I be a burden unto thee. Do thou take me with thee, O Rama, conceiving with pleasure that thy company is a heaven unto me, and thy absence a hell. If thou dost not take me into the forest which I count freed from all evils, surely I shall drink poison and never come under the influence of my enemies. When through affliction I shall not live after separation, better it is, O Lord, that I die immediately at the time of my being forsaken by thee. I cannot bear this grief even for a moment. How shall I be able to live without thee for 14 years? Thus lamenting, Sita, racked with sorrow, embraced her husband and began to cry aloud. Like unto a she-elephant, she being pierced by the poisonous shafts of Rama's words, began to shed tears, long kept off, as an Arani wood emits fire continually. Tears caused by her sorrow, and white as the crystal, began to trickle down from her eyes, like unto water falling in drops from lotus petals. And that beautiful face, having expansive eyes, and resembling the full moon in its splendor, with tears became pale and parched, like unto a lotus taken out of its watery bed. Finding her almost insensible with sorrow, Rama flung his arms round her, and reviving her, with consolation, spoke the following words unto her: I do not long for, O worshipful one, even the abode of celestials gained through thy affliction. Fear there is none for me like unto the self-created Brahma. Not apprised of thy full intention, O thou of beautiful countenance, I could not, though capable of escorting thee, desire thy abode in the forest. When thou art determined, O Mithili, to repair unto the forest with me, I cannot leave thee behind, as one possessing self-knowledge cannot renounce munificence. O thou, having thighs resembling the trunks of an elephant, I shall resort to that virtue which was exercised by great and good men going before. Do thou follow me therefore like Suvarchala following the sun. I cannot but go unto the forest, O daughter of Janaka. The truthful word of my father leads me thereto. Obedience unto his parents is the virtue of a son. Disobeying the command of my father, I am not eager to live. Why should we with meditations and adorations worship destiny, which is not cognizable to the worshippers, neglecting our parents, who are ever present to our senses? In the worship of the parents are fulfilled the triple object of religious pursuit, and the adoration of the three regions, there is nothing equal to it, conducing to purity, so do I, O thou of excellent look, resort to it. Truth, almsgiving, honor, and sacrifices with profuse gifts are not so strengthening, in the life to come, as the services rendered unloathe the parents. Heaven, wealth, grains, learning, sun, and happiness, nothing remains inaccessible unto us. Great souls following the desires, and resorting to the service of their parents, get at the abodes of celestials, Gandharvas, the seats of Brahma and Vishnu, and other excellent regions. Therefore do I desire to follow what my Father commands me, treading in the path of truth, and this is the virtue eternal. My resolution of not taking thee, Sita, unto the forest of Dandaka is now rent asunder, as thou hast prepared thyself to live in the forest and follow me. Permitted by me, O fair one of exquisite beauty, to repair unto the forest, do thou follow me, O thou timid one, and the partner of my righteousness. Thy determination to follow me, O beautiful one, is very excellent and is in perfect keeping with myself and my family. Do thou address thyself to repairing unto the forest, for without this now even heaven itself does not please me. Do thou give away jewels unto the Brahmanas and edibles unto the beggars longing for them, and make haste without delay. Confer upon the Brahmanas valuable ornaments, excellent clothes, pleasant toys, beds, conveyances, and other fine things in thy possession, and then what remains do thou distribute amongst the servants. Convinced that her going to the forest was desired by her husband, Sita began to distribute them speedily with a delighted heart. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 31. Hearing this conversation, Lakshmana, who had gone there before, with tears in his eyes and being unable to bear this terrible sorrow, took hold of his brother's feet and spoke thus unto that greatly renowned Sita and Raghava. If thou art resolved to repair unto the forest filled with deer and elephants, I shall accompany thee, always going before with bows in my hands. Thou shalt range with me in that charming part of the forest which resounds with the music of the birds and the humming of the bees. Alienated from thee, I do not long for the abode of the celestials, nor for eternal life, nor for the wealth of the three regions. The son of Sumitra, who spoke thus and was determined upon going to the forest, being repeatedly requested by Rama with consoling words to desist from his purpose, spoke unto him the following words. Formerly thou didst order me to follow thee, and why dost thou prevent me now from accompanying thee to the forest? I want to learn, O sinless one, why thou dost prevent me now from following thee. I entertain a grave doubt in this. Then the highly effulgent Rama spoke thus unto that sedate Lakshmana, who stood praying before him with clasped hands. Thou art sedate, fond of virtue, of peaceful temper, and thou walkest always in the paths of righteousness. I hold thee dear as my life, and thou art obedient unto me, and art my friend. If thou dost accompany me unto the forest, O son of Sumitra, who shall serve Kausalya and the highly renowned Sumitra? That highly effulgent Lord of earth, who will satisfy the world with the fulfillment of its desires like unto rain spreading in showers over the earth, is himself now shackled with desires unto Kaikeyi. That daughter of Aswapati obtaining this kingdom from the monarch, there will be no end of the miseries of these co-wives. Bharata attaining the throne and citing his mother, Kaikeyi will never think of Kausalya or Sumitra sore distressed with grief. Do thou therefore, O son of Sumitra, live here of thy own accord or by the favor of the monarch, and maintain these worshipful ones. If thou dost act thus, it will be showing thy best regard in me. O thou, versed in the knowledge of religion, real virtue consists in the adoration of superiors. Do this, O son of Sumitra, for my sake. If we all go away leaving her aside, she will not be happy in any way. Accosted thus by Rama, Lakshmana, well versed in speech, spoke unto him the following humble words. Be afraid of thy power, O hero. Bharata shall adore Kausalya and Sumitra, there is no doubt about this. If that wicked Bharata, obtaining this excellent kingdom, does not maintain and take care of them, being impelled by haughtiness and wicked impulses, surely shall I kill him, that wicked-minded one, though he be assisted by the entire population of the three regions. Besides, that worshipful Kausalya, who has made grants of many thousand villages unto her servants, can maintain thousands of people like us, and has enough to maintain herself as well as my mother. Do thou therefore permit me to follow thee. There will be no breach of virtue in this, and I shall have my desires attained, and thy interest shall be secured. I shall go before thee, pointing out thy course, with stringed bows, a hoe, and a basket in my hands. I shall bring for thee every day various roots and fruits and other things that grow in the forest, and which the ascetics use in their sacrifice. Thou shalt amuse thyself with Vadahi on the sides of the hill, and I shall perform everything for thee whether thou art asleep or awake. Being extremely gratified with these words, Rama spoke unto him, saying, Do thou follow me, O son of Sumitra, obtaining permission from all thy relatives. The high-souled Varuna himself offered 2 terrible-looking bows of ethereal temper, 2 sets of weapons at the great sacrifice of the royal Janaka, namely, impenetrable mail, 2 quivers, 2 inexhaustible arrows, and 2 swords burnished with gold and bright as the sun. These things were offered unto me as bridal presents, and I have kept them at the house of my preceptor. Do thou, O Lakshmana, paying homage unto my preceptor, taking all those weapons, swiftly bring them hither. Determined upon going unto the forest, Lakshmana, taking leave of his friends, went to the abode of the spiritual preceptor of the Ikshwakus, and took from him those excellent weapons. And that best of princes, the son of Sumitra, showed Rama those heavenly arms, worshipped and well adorned with garlands. Seeing Lakshmana arrive there, Rama, having control over his own self, greatly pleased, spoke unto him the following words. Thou hast arrived, O Lakshmana, just when I wanted thee. I want to distribute with thee these my riches amongst the Brahmanas and the ascetics. There are many excellent Brahmanas having firm reverence in their preceptor. I want to distribute my wealth amongst them and many other personages who depend upon me for their maintenance. Bring here speedily the worshipful Sujajna, the son of Vasishtha. I want to repair unto the forest after duly adoring him and other excellent Brahmanas. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 32. Receiving this pleasant and beneficial mandate of his brother, Lakshmana speedily went unto the abode of Sujajna, and finding that Vipra in the chamber where the sacrificial fire was maintained, worshipped him and addressed him, saying, Friend, come and behold the abode of that one of arduous deeds, Rama, renouncing his incoming installation. Finishing his prayers, Sujajna accompanied Lakshmana and arrived at the splendid mansion of Rama, filled with riches. No sooner Rama found that Brahmana versed in the Veda, Sujajna, arrived there, shining in effulgence like unto the blazing fire, than he rose up from his seat along with Sita, with clasped hands, and received him as if he had been the sacrificial fire itself, and offered him excellent golden ingathas, shining earrings, necklaces of jewels fastened together with golden strings, keuras, bracelets, and various other ornaments, and spoke unto him, being desired by Sita, the following words. O my gentle friend, do thou by some servant send unto thy wife this necklace and Hemasutra. And Sita, the friend of thy wife, also intends to give this rasana unto thy wife, and on the eve of her going to the woods, she presents thyself and thy wife with ingathas of curious workmanship and elegant keuras. And Vadahi wishes to present thee with this fine bedstead with its coverlet stewed with various precious jewels. And I offer thee, O great ascetic, with 1,000 gold coins, this excellent elephant, called the destroyer of foes, which had been bestowed upon me by my maternal uncle. Being addressed thus by Rama, Sujajna accepted all those offers and showered benedictions upon Rama, Sita, and Lakshmana. Thereupon Rama spoke unto his beloved, considerate and fair-speaking brother, the son of Sumitra, the following pleasant words, like unto Brahma addressing the Lord of Celestials. O son of Sumitra, do thou invite the excellent Brahmanas, Agastya and Viswamitra, and adore them, O Raghava, by conferring upon them gems, as people cherish corn with water. And O mighty armed one, do thou worship them, O Raghava, with 1,000 cows, gold, silver, and various precious jewels. Do thou confer upon that good Brahmana, the preceptor of the Titariya portion of the Vedas, who crowns Kausalya with blessings every day, silk cloth, conveyances, maidservants, and such other things, till the twice-born one is satisfied. Do thou propitiate the worshipful Kshatrartha, who is our charioteer and counselor and of advanced years, with precious jewels, clothes, wealth, with all kinds of beasts and 1,000 cows. Do thou confer upon those Brahmanas, O son of Sumitra, who live under my protection, studying the Kata section of Ayurveda, with staffs in their hands, a grant of 80 mules loaded with jewels, of 1,000 miles of pines, and of 1,000 cows, for curd and clarified butter. They are always inactive, being constantly engaged in Vedic studies, and are greatly slothful though having a taste for delicious food, and are always esteemed by great men. To each of all those Brahmanas, who always come to Kausalya, do thou, O Lakshmana, make a grant of 1,000 gold coins, and offer unto them all such gifts as may please my mother. Thereupon Lakshmana, that best of men, distributed amongst all these Brahmanas all the entire riches as ordered by Rama, like unto the Lord of Wealth. Seeing his dependents in a wretched plight, shedding tears continually, Rama proffered unto them various articles for their maintenance, and said, Do ye occupy in turn until I return my rooms as well as Lakshmana's. Having spoken thus unto all those dependents who were racked with great sorrow, Rama ordered the treasury officer to bring his riches there. Thereat, the servants brought all his riches and collected them in great heaps. Rama, the best of men, together with Lakshmana, distributed them amongst the Brahmanas, boys, the old, and the poor. There lived in that quarter a Brahmana of a tawny color, by name Trajata, descended from the line of Garga, earning his livelihood by digging the earth with spades and plows. His young wife with her little children, struggling with poverty, spoke thus unto the old Brahmana. Throwing aside thy spades and plows, do thou hear my words. Go and see the virtuous-souled Rama, and thou art sure to get something from him now. Hearing these words of his wife, Trajata, shining in effulgence like unto Vrigu and Anjara, covering his body with a torn piece of cloth, proceeded towards Rama's abode with his wife, and going on in a speedy and uninterrupted course, reached at last the royal abode and spoke unto Rama thus, O mighty son of the king! A poor man am I, having a number of children. I maintain my family by digging the earth. Do thou therefore look upon me mercifully. Whereupon Rama replied laughing, I have not distributed as yet even 1,000 of my cows. Do thou hurl this rod, and thou art the master of all those cows occupying the space at the extremity of which this rod shall fall. Upon this, swiftly tightening the cloth around his waist, Trajata, firmly grasping the rod, hurled it with a mighty force. The rod, hurled off his hands, fell on the other side of the river Saraju in the midst of many thousand bullocks. Seeing this, the virtuous-souled Rama dispatched to the hermitage of Trajata all the cows that lay extending up to the banks of the river Saraju, and consoling him afterwards accosted him with the following words. Be not offended, I acted thus only as a matter of joke. I asked thee to do this only with the object of knowing whether thou hadst the power to hurl this rod. Do thou ask of me now anything thou likest? Truly do I speak that thou shouldst not hesitate. I am ready to devote my wealth to the services of the Brahmanas. And the wealth I have earned will conduce to my favor, if I can apply it to your service. Then Trajata, being pleased with the accession of cows, went away along with his wife, showering happiness and joy. Rama of great manliness afterwards distributed with proper respect and due welcome all his wealth amassed by righteous means amongst the Brahmanas, friends, servants, and the poor, according to the recommendation of his friends. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 33. Having distributed much wealth to the Brahmanas, the Raghvas set out with Sita for the purpose of seeing their father. And the two looked beautiful with a couple of handmaids, following them, taking the weapons that had been decked by Sita with flowery wreaths. Then crowds of elegantly attired citizens, mounting on the terraces of 3-storied and 7-storied houses, looked on the scene with hearts filled with sorrow. And unable to tread the streets because of a vast concourse, they ascending the terraces of the buildings, eyed Raghva with woebegone eyes. And deprived of their senses by grief, the multitudes, beholding Rama proceeding on foot in company with Sita and his younger brother, said, "He that used to be followed by the vast body of the fourfold forces, proceeds now along with Sita, followed by Lakshmana alone." Knowing every kind of enjoyment, that magnanimous one who has tasted of every luxury, for maintaining the dignity of morality, does not wish to falsify his father's word. And that Sita whom formerly the very rangers of the sky could not see, is today beheld by the passers-by. Now summer's heat and winter's cold and the rains of the wet season will speedily stain Sita, whose person is worthy of being dyed, and who used to daub her limbs with red sandal paste. Surely today Dasaratha speaks thus, possessed by some evil spirit, for the king ought by no means to banish his beloved son. Whoever exiles his son, albeit he be worthless. And what is to be said concerning a son that has fast secured all men's hearts by his behavior? Universal benevolence, kindness, learning goodness, the restraint of the senses, and the control of the faculties, these 6 qualities adorn that best of men, Raghva. Therefore the subjects will be afflicted in consequence of his separation, even as aquatic animals are, when summer dries up the waters of a tank. The entire earth is distressed on account of the distress of this lord of the earth, even like a tree bearing blossoms and fruits, when its roots have been severed. Surely this highly effulgent one with virtue for his chief good is the root of humanity, and the latter represents its flowers, fruits, foliage, and boughs. Therefore, accompanied by our wives and friends, will we like Lakshmana follow the departing Raghva by the same way that he takes. And leaving aside our gardens and fields and abodes, will we, making the righteous Rama's happiness and misery our own, follow him. Let Kakeyi possess herself of our deserted mansions, deprived of their buried treasures, with their unswept courtyards robbed of kine and wealth, and shorn of all substance, filled with dust, and abandoned by the deities, mansions where rats will run from hole to hole, which will neither emit smoke nor contain water, which will not be swept by broomsticks, from which sacrifices, and the slaughter of sacrificial beasts, and the offering of oblations and the recitation of sacred texts, and yapa, will be absent, and around which will be strewn broken earthenware, as they are on occasions of political commotions or the occurrence of natural calamities. Let the forest to which Raghva repairs resemble a city, and let this city renounced by us be converted into a wilderness. Inspired by the fear of us, serpents will leave their holes, and beasts and birds the caves of mountain, and elephants and lions the forest. Let them occupy the tracks left behind by us, and let them renounce such abounding in serpents, beasts, and birds, as yield grass, meat, and fruits. Let Kakeyi reign in this realm, along with her sons and adherents. We, renouncing homes, will dwell in the forest with Raghva. Ragva heard various words uttered thus by the populace, and having heard them, he did not suffer his mind to be agitated. And that righteous one of the prowess of a mad elephant, from a distance began to make for the residence of his father, resembling in brightness a summit of the Kailasa mountain. Entering the king's mansion, he drawing nigh found the heroic Sumantra seated in dejected mood. Seeing that well-wisher of his thus depressed, Rama, endeavoring by all means to do his father's bidding, cheerfully went on, desirous of beholding his sire. And with the view of meeting the aggrieved king before repairing to the forest, the magnanimous son of the Ikshwaka race, seeing Sumantra, stayed there, so that noble-minded one might inform his father of his visit. And making up his mind to go to the woods in accordance with the command of his father, Ragva, seeing Sumantra, said unto him, Do you inform the king of my arrival? Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 34. Then the mighty and incomparable Rama of eyes, resembling lotus petals, said unto the charioteer, Do you announce me to my father? Thus commissioned by Rama, the charioteer, entering the apartment, found the king heaving sighs, his senses overwhelmed with grief. And he saw the monarch like the sun afflicted by Rahu, or like fire enveloped in ashes, or like a tank deprived of its water. Thereupon, concluding that the king, agitated by sorrow, was bewailing Rama, the charioteer said with joined hands, and first paying homage unto the king, invoking victory upon him, the charioteer, perplexed with fear, softly and sweetly addressed the monarch thus, O foremost of men, your son waits at the entrance. After having distributed wealth to Brahmanas and his retinue, let that one having truth for prowess, good betide you, see you. Having greeted all his friends, he now wishes to see you. Know that he is about to set out for the mighty forest. Do you, O Lord of earth, see him furnished with every perfection, like the sun himself surrounded by his rays? Thereupon, that virtuous and truthful king, resembling the ocean by virtue of his gravity, and motionless like the welkin, answered Sumantra, saying, O Sumantra, do thou bring hither my wives. Reaching the inner apartment, the charioteer said unto the ladies, The worshipful king calls you. Do you come speedily? Thus addressed by Sumantra at the mandate of the monarch, the ladies in a body, informed of their husband's command, went to the king's apartment. And 350 females, furnished with coppery eyes and observing vows, surrounding Kausalya, proceeded slowly. On the females coming there, the monarch, seeing this, said unto the charioteer, O Sumantra, do you bring hither my son? Thereat the charioteer, taking Rama, Lakshmana, and Mithila's daughter, speedily came before the Lord of earth. The king, seeing his son drawing nigh with joined hands, hastily rose up from his seat in company with his wives. And casting his eyes on Rama, the king rushed towards him, but before reaching his son, the aggrieved monarch fell down to the earth in a swoon. Rama and that Migdhikar warrior Lakshmana swiftly neared the king, stricken with grief and rendered senseless by sorrow. And there arose in the palace cries of women by thousands of our Rama, mingled with the tinkling of ornaments. Then both Rama and Lakshmana along with Sita took the king up with their arms, and with tears in their eyes laid him upon the couch. When the Lord of the earth, oppressed with the vapor begot of grief and overwhelmed with emotion, had regained his senses, Rama with joined palms said, I ask you, O mighty monarch, as you are the Lord of all, do you see me safely dispatched to the forest of Dandaka? Do you permit Lakshmana, and let Sita also follow MC to the woods, for although prohibited by me with various reasons, they do not wish to be left behind. Do you, O bestower of honor, permit us all, renouncing sorrow, Lakshmana and Sita and me, like Prajapati permitting his sons. Seeing Ragva about to set out for the forest, the Lord of earth said unto the calm Rama waiting for his orders, O Ragva, I have been deprived of my senses in consequence of my having conferred boons on Kaki. Do you therefore, confining me today, become king in Ayodhya? Thus addressed by the monarch, Rama, the best of the righteous, well-versed in speech, with joined hands addressed his father thus: O king, do you rule this earth for 1,000 years, I will reside in the forest. I do not wish for the kingdom. Having spent 5 and 9 years in the woods, I shall again embrace your feet, Lord of men, after fulfilling your vow. Fettered in the net of promise, the king, bewailing his beloved son, secretly spurred on by Kaikeyi, said, Do you, my darling, with the view of attaining welfare here and hereafter and auspicious fortune, go calmly your fearless way, so that you may return hither in time? I dare not, O descendant of the Ragu race, forbid you who are established in truth and who are bent upon discharging your duty. But, O son, do not by any means depart tonight. Beholding you even for a single day, I shall feed with you. Do you, seeing me as well as your mother, stay here tonight. Then ministered unto every way, you will set out tomorrow. O son, O beloved Raghava, difficult is the task that you are going to perform, for compassing my good in the next world, you are ready to repair to the very woods. But, O Raghava, I swear unto you, this is anything but agreeable to me, my son. I have been made to swerve from my purpose by the crafty Kaikeyi, resembling a fire hidden under ashes. You are going to give effect to the deceit that has been practiced upon me by this woman intent upon sullying her line. And as you are my eldest son, it is no wonder, O son, that you should wish to maintain your father's truth. Hearing these words of his distressed father, the humble Rama, along with his brother Lakshmana, said, Who will confer on me the merit tomorrow that I shall reap by going today? Therefore, I prefer even the journey to the woods to enjoying comforts here. Do you bestow upon Bharata this earth renounced by me, this kingdom abounding in corn and kine and filled with people, my mind determined upon dwelling in the forest, does not waver. Do you, O bestower of boons, grant Kaikeyi everything that you had promised unto her at the time of the war you had waged against the Danavas, and thereby do you follow truth? Obeying the mandate that you have issued, I will dwell in the forest for 14 years in the company of the rangers of the woods. Do you without feeling any compunction confer the earth on Bharata? Mine is not the desire to obtain the kingdom for enjoying happiness or attaining any benefit. I will, O descendant of the Ragu race, do your bidding. Banish your grief and suppress your tears. That Lord of streams, the irresistible ocean, never forsakes his own magnanimity. I desire neither dominion, nor happiness, nor the earth, nor any object of enjoyment, nor heaven, nor life. O foremost of men, all I wish for is that you may not come by falsehood, and abide by truth. I truly and in good sooth swear before you that I cannot, O Lord, remain here for a moment longer, O my Father. Do you bear this grief? I cannot for certain act contrary to my promise. Directed by Kaikeyi, saying, Do you, O Raghava, go to the forest, I had said, I will go, that promise I must accomplish. Do you not, O revered one, feel aggrieved? We will abide in the forest abounding in mild deer and resounding with the notes of various birds. The Father is a very God, even the celestials say this. Therefore will I look upon your word in the light of divinity. And, O best of monarchs, after the 14 years have been spent, you will see me again by your side, therefore do you banish this grief. Why do you, O foremost of men, who will suppress others' grief, undergo this alteration? Do you confer upon Bharata this city and this kingdom and the earth renounced by me? Doing your behest, I will repair to the forest, sojourning there for a long time. Staying at the auspicious frontiers, let Bharata barely rule this earth furnished with watery expanses, cities, and forests, when it has been renounced by me. O king, let what you have said be as you wish it. I do not, O king, set my heart upon any great object of desire, nor do I seek my own behoof, as I am bent upon, O you beloved of the good, working out your will. O sinless one, you will not therefore reap any evil on my account. Associating you with untruth, I would not, O sinless one, wish even for your company who are agitated with anxiety, or this entire kingdom, or every object of desire, or the earth, or Mitilah's daughter. Even this is my truthful vow, let also your vow prove true. Living upon fruits and roots in the forest, and surveying mountains and tanks and streams and graceful trees, I shall be happy on entering the forest. Do you cease to lament? Thus benet with calamities and exercised with grief and anguish, the king embraced his son, and then, deprived of his consciousness, fell down on the ground and became motionless. Thereat all the queen save that wife of the monarch, Kaikeyi, bewailed together, and crying Sumantra also went into a swak, and the place was filled all around with exclamations, "Oh!" and "Alas!" Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 35. Then shaking his head and sighing again and again, pressing palm upon palm and grinding teeth upon teeth, with eyes reddened in wrath and an altered complexion, and suddenly waxing angry and moved with grief, Sumantra, witnessing the mental condition of Dasaratha, said, shaking Kaikeyi's heart with the sharpened shafts of his speech and piercing her mind all over with his harsh words resembling thunderbolts, "O worshipful one, since you have forsaken King Dasaratha, the maintainer of this world, and the mobile and the immobile that it contains, there is nothing that is incapable of being done by you. I consider you the murderess of your husband, and as one that has finally exterminated one's line, inasmuch as you have by your act afflicted the monarch, invincible like Indra, firm as a hill, and imperturbable like the deep itself. You ought not to bring down your boon-bestowing lord and husband Dasaratha, for surely the wish of a husband to a wife outweighs a coty of sons. The princes will obtain the kingdom one after another according to age. This custom it is your study to render nugatory even when the lord of the Ikshwaka race is still alive. Let your son be king, let Bharata rule the earth. We, however, will go where goes Rama. No Brahmana will dwell in your dominion, such is the ungracious deed you are going to do. Surely we will go the way that is wended by Rama, and what happiness, O revered one, will you, forsaken by friends, Brahmanas, and the saintly, reap by remaining here, allured by the lust of dominion? And you are going to do such an act. A wonder it is that I perceive, viz., that the earth hid by a character like you is not riven this very day. And why doth not the flaming and dreadful censure uttered by the mighty Brahmarshis destroy you who are bent upon banishing Rama? Who, having hewn a mango tree by his axe, tendeth a nimba? It never turns sweet for him that waters it. Your birth is noble indeed, it is as much so as is your mother's. They say that sweet is never extracted from nimba. I remember what I have heard from old men concerning the vicious inclinations of your mother. Some one intent upon conferring boons conferred an excellent one on your father. In virtue of this, that Lord of Earth could understand the import of sounds emitted by all beings, and it is in consequence of this that he could understand the speech even of birds and beasts. One day as your father was lying down, he, understanding the thoughts of a gold-hued drimba bird, from its cries, laughed heartily. Thereat your mother, getting angry, wishing for the noose of death, said, O king, O placid one, I ask you for the reason of your laughter. The king replied, O worshipful lady, if I unfold unto you the reason of my laugh, then I shall without doubt die today. But that revered one, your mother, again urged Kaikeyi, saying, Tell it to me, whether you live or die, for, when I have learned all about it, you will not be able to laugh at me again. Thus addressed by his beloved spouse, that Lord of Earth Kaikeyi went to the saint that had conferred the boon on him and related unto him everything faithfully. Thereupon that boon-giving saint said unto the kin, whether this one kills herself or be destroyed. Do you not, O king, reveal it?" Hearing these words of his, the king, well pleased, summarily forsook your mother, and began to divert himself like Kuvera. Even in the same way, you, O you that see only evil, staying in an unrighteous count, befouling the king's sense, endeavor to make him commit this wrong. In this connection, I remember a saying, viz., men take after their fathers, and women their mothers. Do not be so. Do you even accept what the Lord of earth says? Doing the will of your Lord, do you become the refuge of us all? Do not, incited by evil propensities, make your husband the Lord of men, endued with the prowess of the celestial chief, perpetrate an unrighteous deed. That sinless one will not for certain give practical effect to the promise jestingly made by you. O worshipful one, King Dasaratha is graceful, being furnished with eyes resembling lotuses. Let him install his eldest son, Rama, generous and able, maintaining his own religion, the protector of all men, and endued with might. O revered lady, great is the obloquy that will spread concerning you, if leaving his royal father, Rama repaireth to the forest. Let therefore Raghava govern his kingdom, and do you remove your agitation. Surely save Raghava none residing in the kingdom will prove friendly to you. On Rama being installed as the heir apparent, that best of bowmen, King Dasaratha, will depart for the forest, remembering ancient examples. Thus in presence of the king, Sumantra with clasped palms, with soft yet cutting words endeavored to strike Kaikeyi with regret. But that noble dame did not feel any compunction, nor was she touched with regret. And the complexion of her countenance remained as it was before. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 36. Then that descendant of Ikshwaku, afflicted because of his promise, sighing and his heart filled with the vapor begot of sorrow, again addressed Sumantra, saying, O charioteer, do you speedily marshal the army consisting of the 4 kinds of forces for following Raghava. And let sweet-speeched courtesans and opulent traders grace the extensive army of the prince. And, giving them immense wealth, do you also send with him those that depend on Rama, as well as those with whom he delights to wrestle. And let the foremost weapons, and the citizens, and cars, and fowlers well acquainted with the forest go in the wake of Kakutsta, killing deer and elephants, and drinking wild honey, and beholding various rivers, they will ultimately forget this kingdom. And let our granary and treasury follow Rama, who is to reside in the forest, performing sacrifices at holy spots, and dispensing the prescribed dakshinas. Let Rama happily reside in the forest in the company of saints. The mighty armed Bharata will govern Ayodhya. Therefore, do you furnish the auspicious Rama with every object of enjoyment. When that descendant of Kakutsta said this, Kaikeyi was inspired with apprehension, her countenance became blank, and her utterance was choked. Losing her complexion and agitated with fear, with her countenance fallen, Kaikeyi faced the king and said, O righteous one, like unto a liquor whose lees alone have been left, Bharata will not receive the kingdom tasteless and denuded of all substance. While the shameless Kaikeyi was speaking thus sternly, King Dasaratha said unto that one of expansive eyes, O worker of mischief, why, having laid the load upon me, do you torment me? O ignoble one, why did you not ask for this, when you did first solicit the boon? Hearing these wrathful words of the king, that beauteous one, Kaikeyi, waxing doubly wroth, addressed the monarch, saying, Even in this line of yours, Sagara deprived his eldest son Asamanja by name of the enjoyment of the kingdom. In this way this one deserves to go to the forest. Thus addressed, King Dasaratha said, O fie, and all present were afflicted with shame, but Kaikeyi feigned not to understand all this. Then a notable, aged, pure-spirited personage held in high esteem by the monarch, named Siddhartha, addressed Kaikeyi, saying, Asamanja by way of sport catching people on the way, used to throw them into the waters of the Sarayu, and that wicked-minded wretch made merry over the same. Seeing him do so, the citizens in a body, waxing wroth, spoke unto the monarch, O enhancer of the kingdom's prosperity, do you either banish Asamanja or us? To them you replied, Whence is this fear of yours? Thus asked by the monarch, the subjects said, Through his impudence this one of perverted sense, by way of diversion throwing our sons into the Sarayu, finds extreme delight. Hearing these words of his subjects, that lord of men, with the intention of doing good to them, forsook that mischievous son of his. Then swiftly causing a car to be yoked, he said unto his men, This one is to be banished for life in proper garb along with his wife. Thereupon that worker of iniquity went to the forest and went about seeing mountain fastnesses. Thus did the virtuous King Sagara renounce his son. But what offense has Rama committed that he is to be banished? We do not find any fault whatever in Raghava. Rare is his fault even like the spot on the moon. Or it may be, O exalted lady, that you perceive some fault in Raghava, do you, if so, unfold it, and then let Rama be banished. But the renunciation of the honest ever constant in a righteous course, in consequence of its being opposed to virtue, destroys the splendor of Sakra himself. Therefore, O noble one, cease to persevere in this, for what good would the marring of Rama's good fortune bring you? And, O you of a fair countenance, you will by such a course escape odium. Hearing Siddhartha's words, the king, his voice waxing exceedingly feeble, addressed Kakeyi in words surcharged with emotion, O personation of sin, thou relishest not this speech. Thou knowest not either thy own good or mine. This wicked endeavor of thine, O thou that strivest after harm, which thou puttest forth adopting a narrow path, is surely divorced from the course of the good. Forsaking my kingdom, forsaking happiness and treasures, I will today follow Rama. Do thou with Bharata for the king forever enjoy dominion according to thy heart's desire. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 37. Hearing the words of that worthy, Rama conversant with modesty, humbly addressed Dasaratha, saying, What, O king, have I, that am renouncing everything and am going to dwell in the forest subsisting on what the forest yields, to do with the following? Of what avail is a person's attachment for the tether of a goodly elephant, when the elephant itself is renounced by him? Thus it is with me, O foremost of righteous ones. What shall I do with the army, O Lord of men? I will confer everything on Bharata. Let them bring me a vesture of bark, and for me who will go to the forest and reside there for 14 years, bring a hoe and a basket. Thereupon Kakeyi herself brought a bark dress, and that shameless one said unto Raghava in the presence of all, Do you wear this? On this, that foremost of men, taking those 2 pieces of bark from Kakeyi, left his fine attire and put on the ascetic garb. And Lakshmana also, renouncing his choice raiment, put on the dress of an anchoret before his father. Then Sita, clad in silk apparel, eyeing the ascetic covering meant for her, became agitated, like a doe at sight of a noose. And afflicted with shame, that one graced with auspicious marks, Janaki sorrowfully took from Kakeyi the kusa and bark, and with tears flooding her eyes, that one cognizant of virtue and having her gaze ever fixed upon it, thus addressed her lord resembling the king of the Gandharbhas, How do the ascetics dwelling in the woods put on their dress? Saying this, Sita, ill at ease, became embraced. And putting on one piece on her neck and holding the other in her hand, the daughter of Janaka, feeling uneasy, stood overpowered with shame. Thereupon that best of righteous persons, Rama, speedily coming up to her, fastened the monastic garb over Sita's silk attire. Beholding Rama fastening that goodly garb on Sita, the females of the inner apartment began to shed tears. And waxing exceedingly aggrieved, they spoke unto Rama flaming in effulgence, Child, do not take this virtuous one to the forest. So long as you will reside in the forest in accordance with the wishes of your father, we shall behold her, and by this means let our lives attain their object, O Lord. O son, taking Lakshmana for your help, go you to the forest. This auspicious one does not deserve to live in the woods like an ascetic. O son, grant our prayer. Let the fair Sita remain. Ever steady in virtue, you do not yourself intend to stay here. Hearing these words, Dasaratha's son tied the dress on Sita, having a similar character with himself. When she had put on the upper and undergarments, the preceptor of the king, Vasistha, his voice choked with the vapor of sorrow, dissuading Sita, said unto Kaikeyi, O thou whose desires outrun thy sense of honor, O thou of perverted understanding, O befouler of thy line, deceiving the monarch, thou stayest not within the pale of the promise. O thou bereft of good behavior, that noble lady, Sita, should not go to the forest. Sita will occupy Rama's seat. Of all those that marry, the wife is the other soul. Sita will govern the earth, as she is Rama's self. But if Vaidehi goes to the forest with Rama, we will follow him, and the inhabitants of the city will also repair thither. And the warders of the inner apartment, and the people of the kingdom and the city taking with them their necessaries and servants will accompany Raghava and his wife. And Bharata and Satrughna, wearing ascetic clothes and ranging the forest, will live like their elder brother resident in the woods. Then alone thou of vile ways and intent upon harming the people wilt govern this empty earth, deserted by the inhabitants, along with the trees. That can never be a kingdom where Rama is not the monarch, and that forest where Rama will reside will flourish into a monarchy. Bharata never wishes to govern a kingdom that has not been conferred upon him by his father, nor, if he has really been begotten by the monarch, wilt he any further act by you as a son. Even if you leaving the earth fly unto the air, that one cognizant of the character of his ancestry will never act otherwise. Therefore, although intent on advancing your son, you have really brought about his injury. There exists not a person in the world that is not partial to Rama. O Kaikeyi, do you today behold beasts and snakes and birds journeying in the wake of Rama, and even the trees stand with their heads turned towards him? Do you, O noble lady, removing the ascetic guise, confer elegant ornaments on your daughter-in-law, for such a dress suits not this one? Saying this, Vasistha prevented Kaikeyi. O daughter of Kmg Kakaya, you have asked for the abode of Rama in the woods, and decked out in ornaments let Sita, daily engaged in adorning herself, reside in the forest with Raghava. And let the daughter of the king go to the forest, surrounded by excellent cars and servants, and taking with her attires and other necessary things. When you demanded the fulfillment of the promise, you had not your eye on Sita. When that foremost of Brahmanas, that preceptor of the king possessed of unparalleled potency, had said this, Sita, desirous of serving her beloved lord, did not turn away from the ascetic dress presented by Kaikeyi. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 38. When Sita, having a husband although seeming as if she had none, was putting on the ascetic guise, the people got into a wrath and exclaimed, O Daratha, fie on you! Aggrieved at the uproar that arose there in consequence, the Lord of Earth banished from his heart all regard for life, virtue, and fame. And sighing hot, that descended Ikshwaku spoke unto that wife of his, saying, O Kaikeyi, Sita deserves not to go in a kusa dress. Tender, and youthful, and worthy of happiness, she is by no means capable of living in the forest. My spiritual guide has spoken the truth. Whom has this one injured that, being the daughter of the foremost of kings, she like a female ascetic, wearing a meager garb in the presence of all, will repair to the woods and remain there like a beggar destitute of everything? Let Janaka's daughter leave off her ascetic guise. This is not the promise that I had made to you before. Let the princess go to the forest in comfort, furnished with all sorts of gems. My sands run out, by me hath this cruel promise been made with an oath. But this, exile of Sita, has been thought of by you through your ignorance. Let it not, however, consume you like a bamboo flower destroying the bamboo. If, O wicked woman, Rama has happened to do thee something unbeautiful, what wrong, O base wretch, has Vadahi done thee in the world? Of eyes expanded like those of a doe, endued with a mild temperament, and virtuous, what harm has Janaka's daughter done thee? Surely, O nefarious one, the banishment of Rama is enough for thee. Why then dost thou bend thy mind to perpetrate these atrocious sins? O noble dame, having heard you asking for the banishment of Rama, who had at first been intended by me for being installed, and who came here afterwards, I had promised you his exile alone. But since, going beyond that promise of mine, you behold Mathala's daughter dressed in mendicant garb, surely you wish to find your way to hell. Thus commissioned to the forest, Rama, who was seated sealing his lips, said, O righteous one, this my mother is aged and famous and of a lofty spirit. May she not meet with improper treatment at your hands. It behoves you, O bestower of boons, to show greater honor to her when she shall be deprived of me and be plunged into a sea of grief and afflicted with unprecedented woe. O you comparable unto the mighty Indra, you should so behave with my mother smitten with my separation, that exercised by grief in consequence of my residence in the forest, she may not, renouncing life, repair to the mansions of Yama. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 39. Hearing Rama's words, and seeing him dressed like an ascetic, the king in the midst of his wives was deprived of his senses. And burning in grief, the king could not Iragva, nor seeing him could that one of afflicted mind answer anything. Then remaining unconscious for a while, the mighty armed lord of earth, oppressed by grief, began to bewail, thinking of Rama. I conclude that formerly I deprived many a cow of her calf, and took the life of many a creature, and it is for this that the present calamity has befallen me. I infer that life never departs from the body unless the time comes, for although sore tried by Kakeyi, my life does not go out of me, and for I can see before me this one resembling fire, clad in the dress of an ascetic, having left his fine vesture. These people are in trouble in consequence of Kakeyi alone striving by help of this craftiness to secure her interest. Having said these words, Dasaratha, his semes overpowered by the vapor of sorrow, exclaimed Rama, and could not proceed further. Then soon regaining consciousness, the Lord of Earth, with tearful eyes, addressed Sumantra, saying, yoking a riding car with excellent horses, do you come hither, and take the exalted one to the south of the kingdom. The virtuous and heroic Rama is being banished by his father and mother. Even this methinks will be asserted as the fruit of the virtues possessed by the pious. Receiving the mandate of the sovereign, Sumantra, endued with fleet vigor, yoking a car adorned with horses, came there. Then the charioteer with joined hands announced to the prince that the car adorned with gold was ready, yoked with excellent horses. The king, versed in time and place, and pure, speedily summoning his treasurer, said unto him these words firmly, do you without delay bring unto Vadahi excellent and costly attires and noble ornaments, counting these 10 and 4 years. Thus desired by the foremost of men, that officer repairing to the treasury, procuring all those, speedily presented them to Sita. Thereupon that pure-sprung one, Vadahi, ordered to the forest, adorned her goodly limbs with those rare ornaments. And thus decked out, Vadahi graced that chamber like the effulgence of the sun irradiating the welkin with his rays. Then embracing with her arms Midila's daughter of noble behavior, and smelling the crown of her head, Sita's mother-in-law said, those women that although having always been carefully tended by their husbands, do not regard them during the incident of adversity, are in this world reckoned as unchaste. Even this is the nature of women, having formerly tasted happiness at the hands of their husbands, they, on the accession of an inconsiderable misfortune, take them to task, nay, forsake them utterly. Those women that are untruthful, unmindful of evil ways, heartless, intent on unrighteous acts, and whose love is evanescent, are unchaste. Neither lineage, nor benefit, nor learning, nor gift, nor forbearance of faults, can secure the hearts of females, surely their hearts are unstable. But chaste women of good character, abiding in truth, acting in accordance with the precepts of superiors, and maintaining the dignity of their race, single out their lords as the prime means of compassing their spiritual welfare. Therefore, although my son is going to be banished to the woods, you should by no means disregard him. Whether he be wealthy or poor, he is unto you like a god. Hearing her mother-in-law's words fraught with virtue and interest, Sita, facing that lady, said with joined palms, I will do all that the noble one says. I know how I should act by my husband. I have heard all about that from my parents. The worshipful one ought not to place me on the same footing with unrighteous persons. As brightness doth not depart from the moon, so I cannot swerve from virtue. The vina without strings does not sound, and the car without wheels does not move, so although having 100 sons, a woman without her husband cannot attain happiness. The Father gives in measure, the Father and the Son give in measure, but who does not worship that bestower of riches fineless, the husband? O exalted one, having learned from my superiors the principal as well the minor duties, shall I disregard, my lord? A husband is a deity unto the wife. Hearing Sita's words, which went directly to the heart, Kausalya, endued with purity of spirit, out of fullness of bliss and bale, suddenly shed tears. Then with joined hands that foremost of virtuous ones addressed his mother, who, duly honored by all, was seated in the midst of his other mothers, saying, O mother, without indulging in grief, you should minister unto my father, and the term of my abode in the woods will shortly expire. You will find these 5 and 9 years pass away as if in a sleep. Then again, getting me, you will see me surrounded by my friends and relatives. Having spoken out his mind unto his mother, Rama attentively eyed his 350 mothers. And with joined hands Dasaratha's son spake words fraught with virtue unto his mothers afflicted like Kausalya Hersach, if I have said anything harsh to you in consequence of familiarity, or done any wrong through ignorance, do you forgive the same. I salute you all. These calm words of Raghava informed with piety were heard by the ladies overwhelmed with grief. As Raghava was speaking thus, then arose a loud wail proceeding from those wives of that chief of men, like unto the cries of crouchies. And the aboa of Dasaratha, which formerly resounded with Marajas, Panavas, Megas, was now filled with cries of distress and lamentations. Ramayana, Kanda 2, Section 40. Then exceedingly distressed, Rama, Sita, and Lakshmana, bowing down unto the king, circumambulated him. Then, with the king's permission, the righteous Raghava, stupefied with sorrow, in company with Sita, paid respect unto his mother. Following his brother, Lakshmana saluted Kausalya, then he again took hold of his mother Sumitra's feet. As the son of Sumitra was thus engaged in honoring his mother, smelling the crown of his head, thus spoke unto the mighty-armed Lakshmana, although attached unto thy friends here, thou hast my permission to go to the forest. When Rama shall have gone to the woods, do not, O son, show any negligence unto him. O sinless one, whether in prosperity or in adversity, even this one is thy way. That a younger brother should follow his elder is in this world the duty of the righteous. These are the legitimate duties ever observed by this race: charity, initiation into sacrifice, and renunciation of the body in the field of battle. Do thou consider Rama as Dasaratha, and Janaka's own begotten as myself, do thou regard Ayodhya as a wilderness, go my son, at thy sweet pleasure. Having thus spoken unto that dear descendant of Raghu, who had made up his mind to journey to the forest, Sumitra again and again said unto him, Go, go. Then like unto Mad Ali addressing Vasva, that one understanding humility, Sumantra, with joined hands humbly said unto Kakutstha, O illustrious prince, good betide you, do you ascend the car? O Rama, I will speedily take you to wherever you will tell me. You will have to spend 14 years in the forest, and your stay must commence from this very day. So the noble lady has ordered. Then having adorned her person, that best of her sex, Sita, with a glad heart ascended the car resembling the sun. Counting the term of their stay in the woods, her father-in-law furnished Sita following her lord with attires and ornaments. And then he placed in front of the car various weapons, coats of mail, a basket bound in hide, and a hoe. At length the brothers Rama and Lakshmana swiftly ascended the flaming car garnished with gold. And seeing them with Sita for the third, mounted, Sumantra drove the car yoked with goodly horses resembling the wind in celerity. On Raghava having left for the forest to stay there for a long period, the men and beasts within the city were deprived of their senses by grief. And in the city there arose a mighty tumult in consequence of the hurrying of people, the elephants waxing mad and furious, and the neighings of horses. And the entire city, containing young and old, extremely afflicted, rushed after Rama, like persons oppressed with the heat of the sun rushing towards water. At his side and back, the people bending forward with their faces covered with the vapor of grief, and sighing hard, said unto the charioteer, O charioteer, rein in the horses, do thou proceed softly. We will see the countenance of Rama, which we shall never see again. Surely the heart of Rama's mother is made of iron, for it does not burst on witnessing her son resembling Skanda repairing to the forest. Vaidehi, attaining her desire, follows her husband, like a shadow, attached to virtue. She does not forsake him even as the sun forsakes not Meru. O Lakshmana, you are blessed, since you will serve your godlike brother ever speaking fair. This design of yours is great, this is your mighty good fortune, this the way to heaven that you are following him. Saying this, they could not suppress their fears, and the men followed the beloved descendant of Ikshwaku. Then the king, his senses overcome by grief, surrounded by his distressed wives, went out of his house, saying, I will behold my dear son. He heard before him a mighty noise proceeding from weeping women, like unto the roars of she-elephants, when a great elephant has been taken captive. Thereupon Rama's father, the graceful Kakutstha, became shorn of his splendor, like unto the full moon enveloped at the appointed time during the eclipse. Then the auspicious son of Dasaratha, of soul incapable of being comprehended, ordered the charioteer, saying, Do thou proceed more speedily. Rama saying unto the charioteer, Go, and the people, Stay, thus desired on the way. The charioteer could not act both ways at once. As the mighty armed Rama proceeded, the dust of the earth raised by the car wheels were laid by the tears of the citizens showering down. And in consequence of Raghava's departure, the entire city filled with despair, and uttering with their senses lost exclamations of "Oh" and "Alas," became exceedingly afflicted. And the tears begot of heart's grief that flowed from the eyes of the females resembled raindrops scattered around from lotuses shaken by the movements of fish. And beholding the citizens absorbed in one thought, the auspicious monarch fell down in grief like a tree whose roots have been severed. Then seeing the sovereign senseless and stricken with exceeding sorrow, the multitudes at the rear of Rama broke out into a loud tumult. And seeing the king weeping aloud with the inmates of the inner apartment, some exclaiming, O Rama, and others, O Rama's mother, began to bewail. Then turning back, Rama saw that his sorrow-stricken and bewildered father, along with his mother, was following his track. As a colt fastened in a snare cannot see its mother, so Rama, fastened in the bonds of virtue, could not look at his mother openly. And seeing his parents deserving of comfort and worthy of going in a carriage, going on foot, Rama said unto the charioteer, Go thou swiftly. And that foremost of men was incapable of bearing the looks of his father and mother, like unto an elephant afflicted with the hook, not being able to look at what is placed on its back. Rama's mother rushed after him like a cow having a calf which has been fettered, rushing towards the fold, for the purpose of seeing it. Rama beheld his mother Kausalya running after the car, bewailing aloud, Rama, Rama, Sita, Lakshmana, shedding tears for Rama, Lakshmana, and Sita, and appearing as if she had been dancing incessantly. The king exclaimed, Stay. Raghava said, On, on. Sumantra's mind vacillated like that of one placed between two hosts burning to encounter each other. Rama said unto him, When taxed by the monarch, on your return, you will say, I did not hear you. But delay will impart me terrible pain. Thereupon, doing Rama's bidding, the charioteer, telling the people to desist, made the horses already coursing run faster. The retainers of the king stopped after circumambulating Rama, but their minds did not turn back. But the others did not return either bodily or mentally. Then the courtiers said unto that mighty monarch, Dasaratha, he that is expected back should not be followed far. Hearing their words, the king, endued with every virtue, with his body covered with perspiration and his countenance woebegone, and exceeding distressed, stopped short and stood along with his wife looking at his son. Present you by HinduMonastery.com.